welcome to the 2022 Victoria State Catan tournament. We're here today. My name is Blaine. I'm here with my mate Luke. We're going to be bringing you this tournament today. We're live at Fortress Melbourne at the Alienware Arena, where our players are going to be facing off for the chance to represent Victoria, to go on to Canberra to win the national championship, and then later on go on to the World Championships. Luke, what can we look forward to today? Tell our watchers what we're going to see today.
So we're going to have 3 rounds of Catan action today, mate. So we've got two preliminary rounds that everyone will play in before we have a final. And all to play for here. There's a bunch of great prizes, over $1,000 in total. What have we got? What have we got in there, mate?
Yeah, so first place is going to get up to $1,000 worth of traveling expenses to go to the national tournament and a whole pile of other goodies, including a digital voucher. Second place, same prizes as well. And third place is going to pick something up as well, some nice Catan-related gear. Some spot prizes are going to be won along the way, should keep the players interested for longest road and largest army as we go throughout the day. You'll see on the screen now, we've got how the rounds are going to work. When players win from a preliminary round, then they'll go on and that will determine who sits at the final table at the end of the day, which we're looking forward to. We've had a chance to take a look at the screen or at the map that they're going to be playing with and all the tiles earlier, Luke. What were your first impressions of the map that everyone's going to be playing with?
Yeah, it's an interesting one, mate. Let's see when they bring it up when we've got it on screen. I won't give any spoilers away, but like we were talking about when we saw it before, I think it's a really interesting map to start with. It's a really interesting layout, and I think there's going to be some. I'm really excited to see what the players do with it. So in terms of the format. How are players getting through to that final game?
Right, so what they're going to do is they're going to play these 2 rounds, 2 games. There'll be timed games as well. So when we get to the end of that first round, the winners from those games will be aggregated up into a group of winners. They'll play off against each other in a second game as well. And at the end, the 4 players who are here today who have the highest score, they'll be at the final table. There's a tiebreaker process, which we will go into probably, I suspect, because there'll be a couple people here quite competitive and looking for that. But we'll break that down as we go on through the day. But basically, it's going to be how many victory points that they can keep on earning throughout those rounds to get them into that final table.
Brilliant, Blaine. I'm really excited today. Actually, I'm a bit of a Catan novice, right? Because look at this. Every good Catan player out in Melbourne is out there right now.
They're here now.
You people at home, you're stuck with me, unfortunately. I know a little bit about Catan. This is one you've got like the sheep and the wood and the brick.
Yeah,
is that right?
That's the one. The old sheep.
Okay, okay.
That's
I'm
right.
in the right place.
Yeah, that's right.
So I've got my notepad here today, and I'm gonna hopefully take home some new tips for how to play this game well, because, mate, I'm sick of losing.
Yeah, that's good. And I think you're going to see that today. I had a chance to run down on the floor just a few minutes before the broadcast started. There is excitement. Those guys down there, as you can see, all of our players there are ready to go. We're just waiting for the starting clock to begin, and then we can get these games going. But they are quite excited to get going, and I'm expecting we're going to get a little bit of competition going today. So I think there'll be good little strategies that we can pick up. Hopefully we'll be able to dissect them well as we go through. As you can see, there's some players there already starting to work out where their first move is going to go. That critical first settlement.
It's huge, isn't it? The setup, and that's something I think that sets Catan apart from so many other board games, is that you're kind of halfway towards winning or losing the game before the game even starts, right?
I know, right?
At that setup stage.
Yep. And that's really incredible. You're right. I think it is quite unique when you think about all the other board games that are out there. Where you put your first marker will determine often what happens to you in a game. Whereas other games might be, allow the game to progress in a different way. That first settlement is just so critical. And I know we'll see when the game actually starts, we're going to start talking about where you should place them. because there's different opinions, isn't there, on
Oh,
where you
yeah.
might put that first settlement.
Yeah, definitely. Because there's a few different ways to play the game, right?
Mm.
Like at the end of the day, everyone's going to need every resource, but how you actually get those resources can vary, right? And that's why, trading can be so important in the game, right?
Yeah, that social element within Catan is something that's really important, isn't it? It's not just a matter of rolling dice and collecting resources. That's important, but it's not the be-all and end-all, especially if you can't get your hands on the resources that you need. So it'll be interesting to watch how some of the social game plays out for our players today as well.
Yeah, definitely. Blaine, how do you reckon that the tournament play is going to differ from like your Friday night Catan game at home?
Yeah, we've talked about this a little bit in the past, Luke. I think there's something really important to keep in mind when you're playing a tournament versus when you're playing the friendly Saturday night home game. And a lot of that comes down to players' memories. So when you and I are playing, a month ago, we get together for Saturday night game, I remember, Luke really kicked my butt last time, so, I'm going to make sure he doesn't win. But our players, most of them aren't going to know each other. They're not going to have that that bias or the preconceived notion of I have to make sure that player doesn't win, that kingmaker mentality. So that's a big part of the game as well, and difference of tournament. Probably also in making sure you get maximum victory points is a different one, right?
Really good point. I think there's that really difference that it matters more than just the victory, right? Like if you're not getting the victory, you're playing at home, then you flip the table and walk away or whatever.
We all do that, of course.
Every victory point counts here today, right? Because for the players that are competing for those spots at the final table, first of all, victories count, but the tiebreaker is victory points, right?
Yep.
So every victory point that you get matters as well.
Absolutely. Absolutely. When you're playing a friendly game with the family, with the wife, the girlfriend, with whoever you happen to be playing with the kids even, it's okay. You really beat me, but you don't want to cop a bad loss. If you cop a bad loss in the first round, you could be really struggling to make up ground in the second and to make
It'd be
it
hard to come back from that.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. What do you think are some other differences when we play a friendly home game versus when you're playing in a tournament style? Is there anything else that you picked out?
Yeah, I think we're going to see a lot of really interesting table talk today, right? Like it's that social element. It's so important, right? Like if you can convince the other players that that you're down, that you're behind, if you can kind of eke out a slightly more favorable trade, or if down the track suddenly the robber goes on someone else rather than you, then that's where the social element can really come into it and can result in the difference of a couple of resources, which can snowball into some important points later on.
Absolutely. Great point. Can't wait to see how that plays out. And now we've got our players sitting down at our televised table. Joe, Christopher, Romero, and Monique sitting down. So now we're getting our first look here at the initial board. And for all of you viewers, everyone who's competing in the tournament has this exact same setup. So all players are playing, all games are being played with this board. Luke, what do you reckon? What do you think of this board?
Yeah. We said this was an interesting setup. And the thing I like to look at with a board setup is I like to look at what resources are going to be scarce, right? So if I'm looking at this board, right, one of the common ones that you often see people look at initially is ore, right? Because ore is so important.
Huge.
But looking at this, there's an 8, there's a 6. They're coastal, so not great, but still, I'm not sure that ore is the critical resource here, but something that you need for almost everything, right? You need it for your development cards, you need it for your settlements, you need it for your cities, is wheat, right? And if I look at the wheat on this board, the best wheat spot you've got is 3 pips, right? And so I'm looking at that and I'm saying that maybe the best thing to do in your initial placements is to make sure that you're not going to be wanting for wheat.
I think that's a huge point. It looks like we almost have our first settlement out, but we'll take a look and see how they go. This is one part of the game, like we said before, you just take your time, especially in a tournament game. In a friendly home game, you might just go, yeah, look, there's an 8, there's a 6, I'll slap something on that, and that'll be good enough. But in a tournament game, we really want to take your time, make this first choice count, so that you can set yourself up, hopefully, for this game and for the rest of the tournament. So great observation. And look,
here we go. Now let's...
So here's our white player, Christopher. He's decided to drop it on 9-5-10. What do you think? Good move, bad move? What do you think he's doing with that?
Yeah, no, that's a really smart play. And so something else we talked about before the game started was sheep, right? Now, normally in a lot of games, sheep, whatever, they're not going to be the critical resource. They're not going to be the scarce one. But the important thing to note here is there is a 2-for-1 sheep port.
Yeah.
Right? And that sheep port is on a nice spot, right? You've got 8 brick and you've got 10 wheat, which we said was really rare as well.
Yep.
So I actually really, really like that first placement from Christopher because what he's done is he's going to pick up a lot of sheep there, and it looks like he's going to be aiming at that port and that he's going to be able to trade that away. But not only that, he's picked up one of those rare wheat spots as well.
Now, Blues had a chance to make his move as well, dropping on 8-5-10. Really big move, taking up that brick and wood spot. What do you think about throwing out a brick and wood on your first settlement?
Yeah, interesting. I'm not sure that they're going to be... well, actually, the brick could be rare, but wood is generally going to be in good supply. So we'll see how that works out for them. Red on 692. That's an interesting placement. I suspect they're looking at the ore supply.
Yep. Yep. And really quickly, no hesitation on that one. Nick had a moment or two, obviously, while the other players were setting up, and our red player has immediately dropped in. And here we go, orange with a little fakey. No, he's gone for 8-4-3.
Getting the ore as well. Yep.
All right.
And the wheat. Yeah. So that's actually a nice spot there, that 8-4-3, because that's the 3 resources that you need for a development card.
It's huge.
Right?
And it's actually one of the 3 spots that when we were looking at the board initially, we thought players might hone in on, was that 8-4-3 spot. Besides the 5-9-10 with the double sheep and the wheat, we thought that people might go there because of wheat. So he's elected to put his second settlement there on 10-9-11. Giving him a road in pocket, which is a great move. You always want to be able to do that if you can. Start with something in your hand to get going. Not entirely sure about the move up. Maybe
that's an interesting one, isn't it? I wonder what he's thinking for his second settlement. Sorry, yeah.
So he's either going up and right or trying to connect his road. But by putting it on 9-10-11, now our blue player has to think really long and hard where he's going to go. Having 4-5-8 is good. If he wants to diversify his numbers, then 6 and 9 up there is not bad.
Well, he doesn't have wheat at the moment.
Good
so
point.
I reckon he's going to really want that wheat.
So you think 6-11-3 up top?
Yeah, it might be the best spot available for him, but it does look like everyone's kind of leaving that final spot for white to be that really tasty sheep port, doesn't it?
So, are you bold enough to drop your second settlement on the 8-10, blocking white? Blocking white. Are you that?
You're going to be everyone else's friend, and you're going to ruin your own game.
True, you've already
just for the lols.
Sometimes it's just about the lulls. All right, so red's gone for it, picking up 6-11-3.
Well, he's got that wheat. Yep.
A key wheat. Yep. And so now the curse side, the other side of the same coin, and going first, picking last. Would he do it? Would white drop down? Would he double down and build on his own sheep port, setting himself up immediately?
Well, the other interesting thing here, right? So blue's going to place now, right? If blue leaves that, so what does blue need? Blue needs the wheat, right? Blue needs the wheat. Where's blue getting the wheat from? They might actually place on this port because that is one of the best spots left available, which is really going to screw up White's game plan, right? Because they would have been really hoping, or maybe even expecting, that they would have that really tasty port left for that final placement.
And it makes a bit of sense. I mean, he can't go west. He can't go towards orange. There's nothing happening for him there. He's got to build quite a bit to go north to connect up that other road.
And he is going to have some sheep to trade as well.
That's right. So that sheep port might come in handy, being on a 5.
So I'm actually thinking now, if I'm blue, I am placing on that fort.
Yeah.
If he does, let's watch for
we
White's
might have
reaction.
our first table flip by White minutes into our tournament. Let's see what happens. Here we go. Oh, no.
Wait, who's placing now? Is it White or Blue?
It's Blue.
Blue's placing.
Yeah, this is Blue.
Yeah.
And White's doing the old poker thing. I'm going to play with my pieces and not let anyone see how nervous I am right now.
Okay, Blue's left it open. That's really interesting. Now they've got the road.
He's picked up his road through that brick on 12.
Yeah, so he should be able to beat red for the next road placement if they wanted to go in that direction.
So shots fired because he's saying, now I'm going up that road right now.
I don't know though, like to be left without wheat and at best, right? Like he's going to be placing a settlement on that 11, 12? I don't know.
Maybe he's trying to build around to a port. I'm not sure what he's thinking.
Well, he's going to have
he's going to have to do some trading.
He's going to have some brick and some wood, so he will be able to build roads.
Yep.
He is going to want to, like, as part of his strategy, he's going to want longest road, right? He's going to need that to win.
Now, White has gone.
He's not gone for the port. Now, this is interesting. So maybe he's guessing that he's got that port left open to him. He's obviously trying to diversify his resources. Oh no, he's gone. He's
doubled down on 9 by doing that.
Yeah, it's an interesting one. The diversification not only of your resources but your numbers. Yeah. What do you think about that?
Look, for me personally, the resources don't matter so much because I feel like I can trade either on the table, and there's White dropping on his road heading towards the port as we thought he might. Diversification of the numbers is more important to me than the resources because I feel like I can trade my way into a resource if at all possible. But I want resources coming in every time the dice roll. Of course, the robber's now in action, so we've got our first 7. And without even hesitating says, give me what you got.
Interesting. Do you think that the placement on 3 is to not make enemies to start off with?
I think... And the subsequent robbing of orange, well, there you go. So red's already blocked in there as well. I think it would have been doubling down on the attack on our red player if he had robbed from red as well. Of course, you always want to get more than one player if you can. It's a smart use of the robber. It's also a friendly sort of move to say, well, it's a 3, so maybe you're not going to be really missing a sheep and a 3 early on in the game.
See a lot of interesting heuristics around how to place that robber, right? Because, like we said, with that social element of the game, you don't want to make enemies, right? And so a lot of players do things like they'll roll a die and they'll say, oh, well, I'll roll 1, 2, 3, it'll go to you, 3, 4, 5, 6, it'll go on you.
Yep.
Let
the
dice
high-low.
decide. So I suspect what we've seen here is someone saying, well, I've put it on a low producing spot, so, I'm not trying to be too nasty.
So we come back to that question about how you play on the Saturday night friendly game versus how you play in a tournament. Do you use the robber in a way that benefits you, even though you could be harming other players? Or do you go, wait a second, this is a tool, and go, this is a tool to advance my own game, my own opportunity, and if it burns a few people along the way, well then, so be it.
It's really interesting. There's so much human psychology involved in this, isn't there? And here we see, so Blue has placed their settlement on the 11-12. Interesting. I mean, you get a victory point out of it,
Yeah.
but you're not going to see too many resources from that over the course of the game. What do you, if you're blue, what's your game plan from here, do you think?
My next move, if I can, I want to build a city on 854. I don't care if I'm trading to get that, how I get that. I mean, it's a lot of work to get there. He has no
It's a
ore.
big resource producing spot, isn't it?
But that's going to be the key for him. You were hoping that these numbers are going to start pumping resources into your pocket.
Really got to trade, though. He's got to, to get that ore. He needs 3 ore to whack down a city there.
Yeah, not sure I would have built that settlement on 11-12 unless it was also on a port. He's not even picking up the benefit of the port in that particular spot. So it's interesting to see what he's up to. Perhaps he's thinking a longest road strategy. What do you think, Luke? Would you have put yours there? Would you have gone in a different direction?
He's in a tough spot to start off with, to be honest, but I think I would have snaked the road in a different direction, or maybe I would have headed up to the 6-5-11,
right?
Just to get some more resources and to get access to that critical ore.
Yeah, ore is going to be huge. So it looks like our orange player's trying to work out where to drop the robber. And again, we come to that point of, there you go. I like that move a lot. What do you think?
I'll tell you what I do when I place the robber, right? I don't care too much about harming other players. I try and think about how do I minimize the chance that it comes back to me, right? So I actually like to place it so that it's only disadvantaging one person.
Yep.
Because then if players have knights, you've got less players that want to shift it off there, and critically less players that want to shift it off there to the player who put it on there.
That's a good point. I think for mine, dropping that on early on, preventing wood from coming into the game and getting a bit of economy and damaging 2 other players. I think that might have been his mindset because wood is so critical. And here we go. We got some trades going on.
Just sneaking a look at Blue's hand there, does look like he's got a little bit of diversity there. Although that's not Blue with the hand in the lower left,
I think we're looking at orange's hand.
Got it a little bit mixed up there.
So orange is actually primed for a city, meaning his 843 spot's already paying dividends for him. What do we got here? Ooh, it's big 4 for 1.
4 for 1.
Oh my.
Oh, so much wood. Where'd that come from?
There we go. We get a little sneaky at red's cards. We got to see what White's up to. I'm really wondering about that second settlement place. It hasn't worked out for him thus far. When you're building on a desert to start the match and doubling down on 9, he's hemmed in. That's what you got to do. You got to trade. That's all you can do.
Now, you remember at the start of the game we said that with an 8 and a 6 on the table, there should be a bit of ore going around. However, at this point, we only have 2 players with access to ore, being red and orange. And for the other players to get access to it, it's actually pretty challenging at this point. Blue maybe has a shot at getting a settlement down next to the 11. But outside of that, maybe red and orange are looking at a fun little monopoly on ore in this game.
It's looking that way, isn't it?
You can get some really favourable trades out of that.
Okay, let's see what our red player can come up with. It's funny how we're already seeing a little bit of the social game playing out between the two. You know, being willing to talk or not, being willing to have a bit of banter or not with someone actually tells quite a bit about where you're at in the game, how you're feeling about the game. So Red's trying to work out who to rob and how to do it. There you go. Hammer comes down on blue. I think he knew it was coming.
I like that. I like that placement for Red because one of Red's big producing spots there is that 9 for brick. If she can then make brick rare for other players, that makes it so much more valuable for her comparatively.
Absolutely. And it absolutely hamstrings. And there we go. Another settlement as well.
Down. Yeah.
Well done. But yeah, by blocking that 8, it's completely hamstringing Blue's game, who is technically out in the lead. So a quick thought on that. We'll talk about that, I'm sure, throughout the rest of the day. But, you know, the robber going on the person who's winning, is that an absolute given? Will it always be that way? Or would you do it differently?
Yeah.
Or are there
a lot of game theory in this. Yeah. So the tendency or the temptation is always to say, well, that player is winning. Let's put it on them.
Right?
But it's still an individual game at the end of the day, right?
Yeah.
So you can think about it in terms of, well, if I don't put it on that winning player, then other players, you know, I can let them do that, right? Like you still just want to use, everyone's in it for themselves, right? So are you going to then just think about who's got a resource that I really need, concentrate in their hand, and that's where I'm going to place it. And then all you're thinking about is, how do I make it seem like, oh, it was a tough decision. I really didn't want to take that resource from you. I'm so sorry. Had no choice.
And then does anybody at the that's right. Does anybody at the table buy it?
Yeah.
When you know you're the only one with ore in your hand and the robber comes down on you, it generally doesn't matter what the score is. They're taking your ore.
Can backfire a bit. You don't want people to start, saying, oh, you've pulled that one a little bit too much. Now, Reds for expansion for Red, right? They're kind of hemmed in a little bit here. They've got ore and wheat, so they could try and get by with those 3 settlements. They might be able to pull that off, and maybe they can build another settlement anywhere really, just as a victory point. But I think those are their settlements for the remainder of this game that are really they're gonna need to produce a lot of resources from. Yeah,
and judging by even already the hand size the Red players already had in a few big trades, they've been able to pull off just trading to the bank, trading to the port. It looks like those resources are already paying. So I think you're right. I think there's not going to be a whole lot of expansion coming from Red. That's just a double down. Convert those into cities. Start buying cards.
Now, White's got the road towards that port now. So if they can get that settlement there, then they're in business with all that sheep.
Here we go. Here we get some roads going up. Big turn from Blue.
Yeah.
Dropping roads, picking up a victory, picking up a development card as well. The longest road's going to be his in a moment.
Not a bad spot for a settlement on that 11-5 and whatever the robber's on at the moment.
I think it's a 6, so I think you're right. All right, robber's on the move. And there's a bit of a lead bias coming in, which I don't mind. I feel like White's having a bit of an unlucky turn. right now. I hate to see someone in last place get kicked by the robber.
So do they.
If you've been that one, you know how bad that hurts.
Looks like Blue's not going to get much competition for longest road.
No.
So I think in terms of their strategy now, they've got to start pivoting and work out not so much around defending longest road, but more around how are they going to get the remaining victory points to get to 10.
Yeah, great call. And I think you're right. Building a settlement on that final 6, 11, 5 spot would be the logical next move for them. Let's see what Blue's got up his sleeve for this move. Looks like he's playing, yep. Looks like he's got his knight out on the move. Goes after orange.
Orange not in a great position at the moment, so that one looks like it really was just about getting the resource.
Yeah. Yeah, that looks like an or move.
Yeah, yeah. You often see the robber shift around those 8 and 6 spots, don't you?
You do, yep. So, in a Catan tournament versus your friendly at home, Luke. Again, we talked about this a bit before we came on this afternoon. You know, there seems to be a fixation or a fascination. Always have to build an 8 and 6. Do you think that still holds up in tournament play?
Yeah, interesting one. I think less so.
Yep.
Players at home playing Catan for, less experienced players. They look at it and they'll say, "Ooh, it's a nice shiny red red number there. Better go for that." But at the end of the day, you compare the 8s and the 6s to the 9s and the 5s. You're talking about 1 pip difference, right? So 36 rolls of the dice, they're going to roll 1 time less often on average.
Yeah.
If I'm placing, I sometimes think I almost prefer a 5 or a 9 because they're going to attract the robber less often.
Yeah. And so far that's the case for at least White's initial settlement. Sadly, it hasn't quite worked out to be the sheep pasture that would always produce for him that he might have was hoping for. Yeah, it's a delicate balance, isn't it? You can't ignore them because they are going to roll.
Yeah, definitely. No, they're great spots to have. But at the end of the day, it is those high producing spots that are going to be targets for the robbers more often. I suppose the key, and this is where diversity comes into play again, right? Like if you're reliant on one of those high pip spots, you're really at the mercy of the robber.
Oh yeah. And now we see White's been able to finally make that move that we've been talking about. White's able to move down and get that settlement down, the 8-10 sheep port.
Yeah.
So we might see White pick up a bit of speed now.
Yeah. Blue's got that settlement down too now.
Yep.
Game's really starting to progress. Who do you reckon's in a strong position at the moment?
And it's interesting when someone sticks their neck out a little bit further than everybody else, then people tend to pay that person a little bit more attention.
Yeah.
Don't they?
Tend to get the robber a little bit more. Yeah. People start saying, "No, you don't want to trade with them."
Yeah. And there's our social game.
They're winning.
There's our social game. Come on, not that one.
Totally. And you'll watch as well, right? Even though everyone looks at the table, everyone knows that Blue is going to get longest road. Everyone knows that it's a foregone conclusion, right? You watch as soon as they get longest road, you watch the other players start to talk about, he's so far in the lead.
You're right. which is quite interesting because orange actually has 2 knights in play right now. Knights sometimes go a little bit low key. You could even, if I'm sitting in orange's seat, I'm arguing, the only reason I had to play these is because you guys keep robbing me from my ore. That's why I had to do it. But remember, obviously the largest army is worth the same amount of victory points at the end of the game. And there are prizes involved for those that can pick up the largest road and the longest road and the largest army throughout the game.
Yeah, definitely. What are they getting? There's a Catanimal plushie and a Catan logic puzzle for the players who first get down longest road and biggest army.
So it looks at this point that those prizes might be stitched up by blue and orange. They seem to have those fairly locked up.
Yeah. It doesn't seem like there's much opportunity for the lead to change on longest road or biggest army in this game. And if you look at orange, right, like they've committed to a strategy of development cards early on by placing on that 8-4-3 spot, which I actually really like. I like that as a spot, right? Because it gives you the resources for the development card. It gives you those critical resources to get the cities down later in the game.
Yep.
All orange needs now is a second settlement, which they're looking like heading towards that 8-5 spot maybe. Yeah. We'll see what they can do with that.
If they can pull that down, if orange can get that, or that in particular the 8-5 location, now that 8 ore is done. No one else can get onto that hex. Right?
Great
and more than that, he's also picking up wood, which he at this point could use. I mean, he has some coming in through 10, but even just to get some resources coming into his hand. Try and dilute the ore pool before he gets robbed of them.
This is why I don't win too many Catan games, mate, because I remember we were looking at this at the start of the game and I said, don't worry about ore. Ore's fine. Plenty of ore. And now, orange and red in the box seat for ore production.
All right, there it is.
There's longest road.
Oh, and an extra one on the end. I don't know. What do you think about that last row that got dropped?
Yeah, I don't think I would have placed there. I think I would have started thinking about if I wanted to put down another settlement, which direction that goes in. And obviously they can't place in that direction. They're blocked. And also white doesn't have a great incentive to build in that spot as well. I might have placed it up north somewhere.
I think there's that tendency to, especially in a game like this where you've already got your neck out in front on the longest road. To me, if I'm blue and I'm putting that road there, I'm thinking I'm just stamping this. This longest road is mine. No one's touching it. Don't come after me. I'm chucking a road down there. But yeah, I'm inclined to either use that road to go up or save it to build another settlement.
The other thing that players will be looking at as well is how many face down development cards do the other players have, right? Because that's the great unknown.
Yeah.
You can flip those for a couple of victory points later on, and then suddenly someone who was on 6, they might build a settlement or two, flip a couple of victory cards and victory point cards, and they've hit 10. So be interesting to note how many each player has at this point. Yep. Oh, and there's orange has got biggest army in out as well.
Yep, he's got that as well. And it looks like relatively neither one of them are going to be challenged on that, at least not directly. But red, big turn for red. Dropping cities, dropping roads. I love that upgrade on 296 into a city. What do you think of that road placement?
Yeah, so maybe they'll get some extra ore production if they want to place a settlement down there, and that maybe looks like their best option for additional settlements. They've got the wheat production off 11 and 2, which isn't great, but in a game without wheat, you take what you can get.
Take what you get, yeah.
Maybe they're hoping that'll be enough to help them eke out a few remaining victory points. maybe they could think about challenging for longest road.
I thought about that as well, yeah. Going around the coast there.
So blue's got 7, and red's got 4 at the moment. They'd really need to get going on it. But if you think about it, if they pull out a road building development card,
Yeah.
and a couple of others, they've got the brick and wood production to do it. So yeah, if I'm blue, I'm a little bit nervous, but still reasonably comfortable.
Yeah. For the time being, feeling pretty good. But yeah, I agree. It's one of those fluid things, the longest road and largest army. Yeah, they're your points now, but they're not staying your points. Not if someone can challenge. And the way the way this board's set up right now, it does tend to favor, I think orange is in a pretty good spot by way of his knights. I don't see the largest army moving anytime immediately soon. But here we go, more roads building. Blue feeling a little bit of pressure maybe. Or just got to keep going, has to keep expanding.
Yeah, he really needs to think about that next settlement. He doesn't really have the ore production to upgrade into cities, so for path for victory for him is really getting that 5th settlement down.
Now see, 9 comes down, rolls, and that puts a bunch of brick into the pocket of red. Now red's got decisions to make when it comes around to her turn. Do I use those for roads? Do I use to challenge? Do I use that for another settlement? It's that hand management element that comes into the game, especially when you start producing. There's few things in board gaming that stings more than when you have more than 7 cards.
Oof.
And the robber comes. Knowing you're about to lose half your hand. So do you stockpile and risk the robber coming back to you? Do you spend them as you get them? Do you have a favorite? Do you lean one way or the other, or do you let the board dictate what's going to happen to you?
Tell you what I like seeing happen when other players have those hand sizes get up to 8 and above. You start being able to squeeze them a little bit more for more favourable trades, right? I'll do you a favour, give me 2 for 1, we'll get you down to 7 cards. Just trying to help you out.
Yeah. That's exactly right. Oh, you can afford it, and you don't want to get burned and give them away to no. You don't want to lose them for nothing. Blue trying to wheel and deal to any takers. There we go. So white's making sure blue can't go any further than that and grabs himself another settlement on 8 and 3. Really important. That was actually a really important move for white to get to some momentum going. Hopefully maybe even connect up those roads. I think blue's actually going to be a bit worried now from another front if white connects up those roads.
Yeah, definitely. If white could trade for it, but they don't have great wood production to get those roads out.
Yeah. Look at all the brick that orange has in his hand right now.
Yeah.
Thinking about what is he going to do with it. He's got a dev card in his hand right now. And now you see a little bit of that, perhaps.
Blue's desperate to trade. Who wants 2 sheep?
You see a bit of the oh no, I'm not going to trade with you because you're winning right now. The bias come out, which is fair.
Offering up to white because, so two sheep to white is a resource of their choice at this point.
And here comes the hammer of the robber. Orange had to pay the price, coughed up a bunch of his bricks. But you gotta expect this is coming down on blue somewhere. Or potentially that 8. Looks like red's thinking long and hard about it. Because that will effectively stymie white as well. Yep.
There you go. Yep. Big producing spot for white there.
Yeah.
It's been taken out.
I love the reaction of the red player hunting through blue's hand trying to find the resource, and nope, that wasn't the one I wanted.
It's a really important skill in this game, isn't it, to be able to keep track of what you think everyone else has in their hand, right? Because when that robber rolls, or when you're playing a knight, you've got to know what your chances are of getting the resource that you really need.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's a more basic form of card counting, but you gotta be able to remember who has what, especially when you start thinking about cards like Monopoly that comes out later on as well. Tell me about we haven't seen that one in this game yet, but Monopoly, how do you play that one successfully, do you think, Luke?
Oh, Monopoly's a fun card. So you keep that for the end of the game, right? Because we talked again, it's about that social element. Monopoly as a card is the easiest way in the world to make enemies.
It sure is. It sure is.
If you can, now there's nasty ways to play it, and there's really nasty ways to play it, right? Like, you can look at other players and you go, I think there's a lot of wheat around, or I think everyone really needs brick, and you can just deny them all of it. That's the nasty way, right? But the really nasty way is when you say, look, I've got a lot of wheat. Who wants some wheat? Wheat going cheap? I'll trade you some wheat. What do you got for wheat? You trade away all your wheat. You get back some other resources you want, and you say, yeah, about that wheat I just traded to you. Let's play the Monopoly card and take it all back. And people remember that. They don't forget that quickly.
Boy. Oh boy, do they ever. Remind me in a moment or two to tell you my favorite Monopoly story.
Oh, please do.
Monopoly card story ever. And I've been given permission to tell this story. I just didn't think I'd be telling it so earlier in the day. You just see blue dropping roads again.
Oof, yep. He's really locked down that longest road now.
Yep.
Got to get that other settlement down, though.
Got to get something in.
Interesting to see the road go down instead of the settlement at that point. Must have had trouble trading for that settlement.
I think he might have got burned on a robber as well in the past. So might be just trying to flush some cards out of his hand. But yeah, I'm surprised by that as well. Would have thought the 411, an attempt to get some wheat. Can't quite make out what port that is up there. Possibly an ore port.
Could be. Now, on the other side of things, Orange with largest army, no one challenging on that, right?
No.
And at this stage, if I'm Orange, I'm cursing my luck a little bit, and I'm saying, I've drawn too many knights, right? I would like at this point just to have a couple of, like a victory point is more valuable at this point than a knight.
Yeah.
Once you've locked down largest army, you get the VPs, you get the year of plenty to be able to pull out that late game play for the resources that you really need.
Yep.
But every time now that Orange pulls another knight from the development card pile, they're thinking, that's the last thing I needed.
And are you having a bit of buyer's remorse knowing that by buying so many dev cards, you could have had a city with those resources? Now, mind you, speaking of doubling down on an Orange, just used the robber twice in that turn, robbing from white and then blue. When you're sort of fighting from the bottom, which you'd have to think Orange is feeling a bit of pressure, given only 2 settlements on the board. Do you like the move of doubling down and making multiple enemies on one turn when it's probably midway through the game?
Yeah, at this point, you're also thinking about, how, enemy is a relative thing, right? Like, if other people have annoyed that player more than me, then I can afford to be enemy number 2, as long as I'm not enemy number 1.
Yes.
But yeah, Orange, interestingly now, so they've still just got their 2 starting settlements.
Yeah.
And they're good settlements. They're on good spots. But they're a little bit behind in the game just because their production rate's a little bit down.
I wonder if part of that was too, not so much with a view to getting rid of the robber, but might have been digging for victory point cards through the deck, and just hasn't dropped. I mean, if one or two of those knights are actually victory point cards, we've got a whole different game.
Yeah, true. I feel like you need those. That extra production. Like at some point in the game, you're going to need cities down. You're going to need extra settlements. The earlier you get them down, the better, right? You get a victory point at the start of the game, same as getting at the end of the game. But if you get an extra settlement down, an extra city down at the start of the game, that thing's producing resources for you from that point on.
Absolutely. And speaking of cities, Red now puts out her second city as well on that 5-10.
Lots of wood coming her way.
And you know, to me, I'm watching this game, I'm thinking Red right now is a bit of a dark horse, or even maybe even a leader. I know on paper we're looking at Blue with that longest road is technically winning, but Red with those setups, as you just said, if you can just start pumping out resources from those cities, the game can take a big swing real quick. There's Orange, finally gets a third settlement down on the board.
5-8. So they're getting wood and ore, but they already had access to wood and ore. I mean, they already had access to all resources, to be fair, but I'm not sure that those were the ones that they were really wanting for.
It is monopolizing that 8. Red can't possibly come around now and get a piece of that, so it's not awful. But if you take a look at their second settlement on that 10-11-9, is it, where the robber is, that can't go anywhere. It's completely hemmed in. There's no place to go for Orange. Orange can only build out towards the water and then around. So it's going to be dev cards and cities for Orange if they're going to have a chance of winning.
There's Blue's settlement down on the 4-11.
There it is.
I like that.
Needed it. Now other players are going to have to start getting worried if they're not already a little bit nervous about Blue in front.
Definitely. I'm liking Blue's position at this point. They've got the only thing that they're struggling a little bit for is strong ore production. But now what is, can't quite see it, but what is that port that they've got access to?
Yeah, I think it is ore because the other ones are accounted for.
Yeah, unfortunate. It's
So
the one
not-
thing they don't want to be selling at this point.
Yeah. And then a whole pile more roads drop in behind it, so
Yeah.
reasonable chance to expect that that longest road's going no place.
Yeah. And turns out they could have been threatened for it. So they're really getting out early and making it worth no one's while to make it part of their strategy to go for longest road at this point.
Yep.
So really, with Orange having locked down largest army, with Blue having locked down longest road, then White and Red, their path to victory means they need a combination of settlements, cities, and victory point development cards. That's the only thing that can get them there.
Yep. So for mine, I reckon Red has a reasonable chance of being able to expand, still having some place to go and having resource production. It's true that 2, I'm not sure if we haven't been able to see that. I don't think 2's dropped in the game yet. But being able to have cities set up on the board is excellent. Gives Red a really good chance. White's got to get some sheep through that sheep port.
Yeah.
Yeah. No hesitation. Straight on.
Knew
straight on the
where
red and
that
blue.
was going.
Yeah. And then he picks his pocket.
That's been consistent for him throughout the game. He knows exactly what he's doing. He's got his strategy. There's no umming and ahhing about it. There's no painful looks and I wish I didn't have to do this. He's no pretenses. I like it.
White desperate to get onto that ore, building a road down there.
Yeah, and Reds left their run a little bit late maybe for it.
If White can get down to that, it's going to be White's saving grace to be able to get some just another number. The portfolio of numbers is low compared to some of the other players.
And a 3-for-1 port too, which they might be able to make use of, but their main game is funneling sheep through that sheep port.
Red building.
Nice.
And picking up a brick port, interestingly too, with the city built on the 9. We might see, we've already seen Red drop a lot of bricks, whether through the robber or 4-for-1 trades and whatnot. That could be a very useful port for that player.
Interestingly, Red put the road back. If you're going for longest road at that point, that doesn't matter so much. So it looks like they've given up on fighting White for that spot on the 6 ore.
Yep.
And they've said, right, my only option is literally the worst production you could hope for with just a 2-pip.
But I think on paper, again, or at first glance, you think, wow, settlements and cities, all 3 of them entirely on 1 hex. But then it's not so much about the 2, because as we know, that 2 is not going to drop and create a whole lot going on. It will give her a better trade option by the 3-for-1 port. And for me, it's about those other peripheral ones. You're picking up that 6 and the 9 critically.
Yeah, at this point,
city, right?
If Red's got a development card down, I reckon the other player's looking at it and saying that's probably a victory point. All she needs is a settlement, right? So it doesn't matter that that's just a 2-pip. It's more about getting that 1 victory point at this point.
Yeah. And there's White grabbing that grain or wheat port down on the 6. You can see Orange is just a hair's breadth away from a city. He's got to be just so nervous watching resources go into his hand.
So Red in a strong position. White, I think White's kind of left their run a little bit too late. Maybe they haven't had the luck they needed with sheep. Orange, a little bit struggling at this point. It seems like Blue maybe could challenge. But yeah, red in a very strong position.
And it's interesting too, because there we see that curse of picking first. White elected to go 9-5-10, and then eventually has now, in the latter stages of the game, moved down to that sheep port. But that picking first was a gamble, one that we sort of eyeballed at the beginning and thought maybe there's something to this. It hasn't paid off, it looks like, for White in this game. And there's Red. Red is just knocking on the door now.
Does she have a development card victory point?
I don't think she has any development cards
looks
at
like
this
this
point.
game's still going, so she doesn't have that. She's got 9 VP now. Does she have 9? She's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yes.
So this is it. Like, Orange and Blue have to make their move now. There's no tomorrow for them.
Yeah. But interestingly, for Red now, to get victory at this point, they have to get that victory point card.
Yeah.
There is no other option for them.
Yeah.
They'd need to build, to get longest road, they need to build 7. That's not going to happen. They're not challenging for largest army. They don't have any development card victory points at this point. That is their only option. So all that Red is doing now is trying to hammer development cards.
Yeah, exactly. And now that players know it, you see Orange very quickly moving that robber, literally building a battalion of knights, it seems, with all those knights that Orange has been able to play throughout the game. A huge army, but immediately dropping it onto Red, which, White has just got to be cursing his luck at this point as well. He finally gets down to that tile.
Collateral damage.
Yeah, that's right. And he's picking up shrapnel from Red there. It's interesting to watch this game. And we will continue to talk about, about social games. Are you trading with Red? Are you willing to trade, with Red or even Blue at this point, if you're White or Orange? Are you willing to do it? Or are you just, this is a no way, don't even bother asking me kind of question?
If I'm Blue, I'm thinking there is a chance I can win. If I'm Orange or White, I'm thinking I think I'm out of this game. However, everyone is still thinking about, to make it to that final table, victory points still matter. So how do I maximize my victory points throughout this game? So you might still consider a trade that will give Red the win if it also boosts your victory points.
Great call. And again, yet another one of those key differences between Saturday Night Gaming Night and when you're playing a tourney, just trying to get as many victory points under your belt. I just feel for White. It's just such an awful feeling to be able to have first pick.
Yeah.
And then just not have it. And this happens in every Catan game. There's just a number that won't drop.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter sometimes if you pick first or last. And here we see Blue trying to shop a road in hand to anybody will trade with them, and everyone's sorry. No, they're thinking about dinner right now. They're not thinking about trading. What do you think about that move? Clearly going after number 1, but on a number where it's not going to probably hurt them.
Who was placing that? That might have been
So Blue dropped that on Red.
Oh, that was Blue placing.
Yeah, he played a knight.
Very interesting. I'm not sure the reasoning behind that, right? So, here's the one thing, right? Looking at Red and their position in the game, as we said, they need development cards. The one resource they've got plenty of is ore. The one they're struggling for is wheat that they can get. So maybe it is strategically not a bad move.
Yep. And we see 12. There we go. Speaking of numbers that never drop, Blue picking up a bunch of brick from 12.
Very nice.
You don't see that happen very often.
It's a little bonus.
Yeah.
Blue at this point, we talked about that social game. Blue is trying to, if I'm Blue, I'm trying to rally everyone to my cause at this point, right?
That's right.
Trade with me, help me.
Yeah. You don't want this game to end, do you? It's going to be over. Don't help Red.
And it is interesting, and we'll probably see this more in the final game when there's all to play for. But at this point, if there is a potential trade with a player on 9 victory points, you might see other players try and snipe that and say, oh, you know what, I'll beat that trade, right? Just, even if it doesn't benefit them, just to prevent Red getting that final victory point they need.
Yep. That's such a huge part of the game, to be aware of it, know where you sit in the game compared to other players, know who's willing to trade and for what. I'll give Blue tons of credit, always looking to trade every turn. No. Oh, okay. I think Red did actually offer a trade, but got the no, cold shoulder.
really is a struggle to see where those final victory points are going to come from for blue at this point. It seems like a foregone conclusion that red's going to get the resources that they need.
Yep.
If I am orange or white, or even blue at this point, maybe I am thinking, look, I can see the writing on the wall. Red's going to win the game. If I can eke a victory point out of a trade with red, I'm going to do it.
Yeah. Normally unthinkable when you're playing a game. But again, like you say, in a tournament, you just need to get every victory point you can. Orange probably thinking the same thing. 6 knights and still only probably in a 3rd place. It's incredible to have that much ore, sheep, and wheat get spent and
there's
have no city to show
there's
for it.
3 excess knights there,
Yeah.
right? 3 excess knights. They could have been anything. They could have been road building to help them get out of a tight spot. They could have been year of plenty to help them get that city down and really get some resource production going. They could have been victory points to help them have a bit more of a shot in this game. But you know, that is one of those challenges. You know, knights, you like your chances of getting largest army, but you can overinvest.
Yeah. You see later in these later stages of the game just how painful it is when 7 drops just a moment ago. Red flushed a significant amount of cards down the drain there. That's got to be very aggravating, knowing that amassing a big stack of resources is actually how Red's going to win this game and convert all those into a city.
Again, interesting to see the robber move back on that 2 spot, right? But everyone's recognised that is the main pathway to victory.
Yeah. And you know, that's white that's making that move. He can't possibly drop it back on the 6 again to burn himself. So to put it solely and wholly on red, it's an interesting move to not put it maybe up on the 6 that red and blue share. I would have been personally eyeballing that a little bit more, because then I'm keeping the 2 leaders from finishing this thing out. But perhaps he knew something about what red had left in her hand. I wanted to go pick her pocket. There you go. Red's got to be feeling it right now. They just dropped a 6. Red's picked up a mountain of ore.
Who was it who earlier said Red's only pathway to victory is a development card at this point? A guy, not a smart guy. She's got the city, doesn't she?
She's about to, I think.
That's the better path, isn't it?
Yep.
Let me just note that down in my notebook.
No problem. You did say you were coming looking for tips today, Luke, so that's good, mate. Blue knows. Blue knows that he's probably, God, this is his last turn. Nobody's trading. Here we go. Let's see what red can do.
Is that it?
There's a lot of cards in that hand.
There's some trading going on. Yeah, that's it. That's the game.
Boom.
Well done, Red.
And there you have it.
So Monique takes that.
A good game.
Remarau on 2nd and 7. And John Christopher on 5. Well, actually, let's see what their development cards flip up as. So Blue had an extra point. You would assume that Joe drawing so many development cards would have a stack.
Something, but looks like he's going to finish up on
Oof.
5.
That's harsh. That's harsh to be so heavily invested in development cards.
That's
Get no additional victory points out of that.
and poker
really
parlance. That
hurts.
is a bad beat. I think both
Yeah.
Joe and Chris took a bad beat in that game. Just didn't get things that they needed.
Yeah.
All credit to Red and Blue, of course. Blue played a good game. It was his own style, running out those longest roads, cementing it, and was very competitive. You can't be unhappy taking 8 points into the second round. Obviously, you want to win to be able to make the final table. But in this case, it's going to be Red who's happy to finish up the winner of that round.
Yeah, the way the format works, it's difficult to see Blue making the final without a victory in the next game. Conversely, what this means for Monique, though, is that she doesn't necessarily need that victory. That'll guarantee her entry if she can win that next game. I shouldn't say guarantee. I'm a little bit too absolute at the moment, aren't I? I've been proven wrong already in this broadcast.
We'll be fluid and flexible.
Let's see if that happens again.
Yeah.
But no, Monique is in a strong position.
Yeah.
And so for her next game, she'll obviously be trying to do as well as she can, but she might reach the end of the game and just say, if I can end on 8, 9 victory points, that might be good enough.
Yeah, that's right. And those first round wins are so huge because you need them going into the final ones. You're going to be playing the better players later on as we go into the second rounds as well.
Okay, and so I think we'll be going to a break now.
Great. So stay tuned, everybody. We're going to take a break, and when we come back, we'll be able to get the second round for you.
All good? We'll go to break.
Let's go to Fortress. We're here in the arcade, which kind of rocks if I'm going to be honest. I broke both Mario Kart machines, and I don't know if anyone else can say that they've done that before. We got the drum machine, and then we have the hall over here. Wow. In the hall you can sit, you can play, you can eat, you can drink, you can have your fill. And if we come over here, gamers are hard at work trying to beat their high scores, so we don't want to disturb them. But here they are. And now come into the tavern. You can get a booth. You can play games. There's a guy, hey man, there's a guy with a loot, but there's people eating. Looks good. I'm sorry. You've got board games over there, which is so much. I don't know why I'm telling you, the cameraman knows, but you don't know. And you can sit, this is one of the many tables, which is just made of wood. It's just incredible. It's Mark Bonanno from I'm here at Fortress, and you're here at Fortress, and we're all here at Fortress. What the fuck is that? This is Jim. That's pretty good. What do you reckon of that? Should we go upstairs? Or do you want to see the toilet? No, you don't want to see the toilet. But the toilets are nice. I love a good toilet. Let's go upstairs. You seeing this? Where else are you going to see this shit? This is the escalator, which you can just stand on and it brings you up or down, your choice. And now we're going into the Alienware arena, where there is Alienware in an arena. The Alienware is a computer game company. They make computer, and here this is awesome. This is like a 250 seat esports arena. Look at this. Look at this. Every seat has its own little. Oh, and then you got. Look at, can I get on the stage? I feel like a regular Shroud up here. You might not get that reference. He's a gamer. I mean, this is ridiculously cool. In my opinion, this is the Alienware arena where they verse each other. The people play the video games against each other in teams in front of a crowd, and the crowd cheer for who they want to win. And then we find out based on the skills of the individual players and the teamwork that they have together. And then there's another bar. Let's have a look at the bar. You got anywhere you want to go, there's a bar. Let's go up. We're gonna go up. What's up? That makes sense. Let's go see the entrance. Obviously, when you see the entrance, if you're coming to it, you're gonna see it from the other way. So in a lot of ways, this is the exit, but it doubles as an entrance. Now, yet another escalator. They don't skimp here. Watch a step. And this goes presumably all the way up. And here we go. And this is a big screen. Security hard at work. Oh God, Mark, shut up. Let's go out onto the street. And then this is a street. It could be any street in Melbourne, but it's not. What street is it? Caledonia Lane. But it could, no, it's come to Caledonia Lane, and then that's what you want to be looking for. The Fortress, the green F, and that tells you you're on Caledonia Lane. You see that, you know you're in the right place. You know you're near Fortress. Because have you ever had a bad time at Fortress? We haven't been, so how would you know? You should just come, it's good.
Oh, a big vehicle
see, here's
action.
that helicopter action we were clamoring for.
Landing on the.
Oh, it's Chopper v Chopper here. Eric
We knew to come to
Banner.
this. Oh!
I can't. I downed him with the helicopter.
A fantastic helicopter projectile. There's an incredibly insensitive joke I want to make, and I'm not going to do it.
Wow.
We even had a slow-mo replay. Look at that.
Yeah, that's a hot rod if ever I've seen one. That is like
Absolutely.
Eric Banner's career after that film. It's blowing up after chopper.
Oh, okay, right. It was a
real
Hulk of a
Hulk.
move. Yeah, okay.
Oh, that is the best thing I've seen all day.
All right, this is... Oh, that's a fantastic
Oh,
shot
nice.
as well. I don't want to give the awards out too quickly in succession, but that was a really great shot from a long distance over the other side of a stadium.
Too bad, I'm doing it. That's the sharpshooter. It's got it.
All right. Nicely done.
Damn.
The length of a drop punt wins the sharpshooter award. Match.
Oh,
Hello.
butt shot.
Okay.
That's a low blow. Ring the bell. That's a low blow.
That's a low blow, baby.
That's a low blow.
Don't get much lower than that.
Close enough you can smell it. Well done. To road ends.
Ooh.
There's a precision airstrike incoming too.
Oh, that's a big bang.
Oh, that is a very large bang in my opinion. I would call it
Bang.
a big bang.
Man prone in the back of a car getting blown up by an airstrike.
Man, that's how I want to go. So this
Yeah.
might be an opportunity for a hot rod. I'm personally gonna give one out if I think any of this driving is cool.
Well,
Hell yeah, that's hot rod, baby!
No, that's
Crashing into
not
that
hot
wall
rod.
and getting into an Austin
okay,
Powers
all
situation where they couldn't back out. That's a hot rod as far as I'm
Ram it into
concerned.
a
Combatants like Remensy here who we're following, who has plenty of armor to stock up on here, so is very wisely doing that.
Oh, I love this.
Was-
Oh,
that's a sharpshooter,
skill.
it's gotta
That's
be.
a sharpshooter. Oh my god, that's a sharpshooter award.
That was a
Bang,
fantastic
bang.
headshot. And look at the people in the control room there paying attention to us. Sharpshooter
Yeah.
bursting on screen. We're back up in the hills, I think.
Has
Oh,
this?
he's gotten a rib removed so that he can use self-revive. That's good.
Tommy
Been sitting
justifying
on that
having
for
been quiet
about
for a
2.5
while.
hours.
All right, I'm giving away a low blow award for that call. Throw it on the screen. Seth Sentry is going to win the prize, but Tommy,
Yeah, I think a low blow is fair as well because this Woods play did kind of tickle me before, even though it is a legitimate way to play the game.
yeah.
Let's call it, baby. It's a low blow for just lying there waiting to die behind the tree.
Yes.
Yeah,
Boom.
very nice. Well done, Seth.
Terrifying people who I would cross the street to avoid.
Like the Home Alone kid.
Yeah,
see that
and this was the
trailer?
ending. I think, there's the self-airstrike that we missed.
Yeah,
Yep.
okay. Yeah, very nice.
Glad we awarded that.
Yep.
That's
It
really
definitely
well
deserved the post award. You know, taking someone down, nut shots, good for getting your prizes.
Right in the prizes.
How many in that car? Just be careful.
Do we want to? Can we have a little example of what
Yeah,
it
I
looks like
downloaded
when we
that.
give out one of those awards,
Okay.
so people know what to look out
Well,
for?
there's an airstrike coming in, so
There you
A
go.
big bang
That's a big
from the
bang.
airstrike.
Bazinga! That's a big bang.
Yeah, Big Jono and Jalen both down, but Daytime Driller with 14 kills too, so they're doing incredibly well for scoring, even if they don't, even if they get knocked out at this point.
Very good chance.
But they're
that's a sharpshooter. Let's give that
That's
one
a
away
sharpshooter. I'm happy
to Daytime Driller.
Daytime Driller, you're shooting
Incredible
sharply.
reflexes.
Look at that.
Nicely done.
Look at that confetti.
Now, Mr.
let's
Sheffield
take a-
skin in Fortnite would be amazing.
Let's keep a lookout for some sharpshooting or some big bangs here because we want to give out some more prizes. That's sharpshooting. That's a sharpshooter.
That was sharpshooting.
Right there. Chuck in a sharpshooter award for Jinx. Very nice stuff there.
Aaron Danath, pretty
Yeah.
That's an impressive one.
It's a big F.
That's
Loyal
a big F. What do you
company,
think the F stands for, boys? I reckon it might stand for Fortress.
It
What
could do.
award can we give out? Let's give out a low blow for
That's
this
a low
high
blow.
ground.
Yeah.
Incredible building.
So it looks as
Oh!
yeah, Mighty Duck's been found under the stairs like an
Sharpshooting there from Insta. Very
Yeah.
sharpshooting. That's a sharpshooter award if ever I've
A
seen
sharpshooter for Insta for killing Harry Potter in
Absolutely.
his bedroom.
one. Destroying. Oh, Voldemort's down. Yeah, okay. So they've come in for the on the offense and Duke the Duke cap a lot.
I would certainly say that that player has come in on the offense. Based upon their name, thank you very
Well,
much.
they've thankfully been eliminated from the game, so we don't have
Makes
to
it
worry
easier
about
for
them
us.
anymore.
You know what, Nash? For being able to do that, thank you very much. That is a low blow. Well
That's
done,
a low
Nash.
blow, Nash.
Yeah.
Thank you.
A
It's
low
sort of
blow for
reverse
Nash.
low blow. Yeah.
Yeah, taking the high road in this particular case.
That's the Dursleys' house. Is that their name?
Yeah, Dursley's.
Yep.
Okay. What a big Harry Potter head.
Now this.
This is a.
Yeah,
can we give
this.
out another award?
Yeah,
so
that's a hot
quickly?
rod.
That's a hot rod for sure.
That's a hot rod award. They do it doughies in the car park.
Yeah.
Absolutely love to
Love
see it.
this.
That's hearing a player called Pooh honking that horn really
Who
got
take
me.
me a toasty goat?
A lot more caution in this particular game as I see a car drive off a cliff, which for me is a hot rod move. Well, I don't know
Yeah.
what player it was, but Toad Slayer's in my view. So congratulations, Toad
No,
Slayer.
you can't. You
for the
can't
hot
give it
rod.
to him.
These are arbitrary.
Hello and welcome to the Week 1, Game Day 1 of the Fortress House Cup 2022 Season 1.
Fantastic day today. I'm excited to be here in a venue like this one. How can you not be pumped up for a bit of competition? The real killers are here, the real deal professionals. About to kick off Sweaty Gamers Live. Brought to you here by Fortress Melbourne. Presented by Telstra, supported by Alienware.
We've been playing a lot of Tetris today, and we've been talking about a lot of Tetris today.
With a 600-point lead. They are happy about that.
Can we get a combo?
Now,
Two-liners
it's a
right there.
banger.
That is not enough with just 4 seconds to go. And it's just dropping it in there, and it will be all
Not
over.
quite there. So many opportunities. I'm pumped up. I'm ready to go up at these finals. Let me tell you, we are blowing through the brackets. We've seen some skill on display. We are ready to get for the semi-finals and the grand finals of the day. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, we are live.
400 points, not enough to get that 1200 that you get from a Tetris, and Elso looking to drive that dagger in, gets that first round convincingly. Another Tetris coming, and Bing is taking an early lead in this. Whoa! 85-point difference. If Elso wins this, he will eliminate Bingers from the tournament, and it will be all over for
It
him.
looks like that might be it.
Elso will
Great
proceed
competition.
to the grand finals.
I am excited to see who works away with the Grand Final Championship Cup.
Just
Wow. 5 seconds left. Another Tetris.
Another Tetris.
6.2 thousand lead in this round. 2-0. Anthony with a stellar showcasing in that second round.
Style points. Look at this player go.
Oh, no, a misplacement. The look on Elto's face. Oh, no, they're going to top out. This is such a precarious position. Really needs a light piece. A nice combo. They're going to take it back in the lead. Just saves it in time.
Is he going to put it in a 3? He does, and he says, I'm going to save that for later. If that was me, that's why I don't play this type of game. This is too much for me. My nerves ain't holding out.
These pieces for Elso are not good.
Oh, please, where's the line piece? Where's the line piece? No! Elso tops out.
That is all over.
That's going to be all over. The risk was taken, and it did not pay off. They worked their absolute heart out.
Game day 1, season 1, Fortress Cup 2022, first place champion, Antonio! And you can see the crowd, they loved it. Excited to be part of this awesome event. Fortress Melbourne, it's been absolutely fantastic.
This is the F, right? You're building it.
So that's the bottom of the F. That's
And then you're just going to edit these out? Wait, why? They're not going to see that.
I'm building the F. I'm building the F. Trust. Yeah.
Oh, you went that way. You went that way.
That's just not
Hell yeah.
Right, keep going. Keep going.
Keep going.
Oh, hell yeah.
Go,
yeah.
Sit on top of it. Come.
Yeah. Okay.
We can break the builds out once we get up. Just build it and we'll shoot it out.
Alright.
Oh, hell yeah.
That's an incredible castle. It looks like something out of Platformer or something. That's a big. What do you think the F stands for, boys? I reckon it might stand for Fortress. Let's give out a low blow for
That's a low blow.
Incredible building.
For appealing to the back of the room.
Yeah.
What's that dance?
Boom, boom.
Let's go.
Oh, hell yeah.
Let's go.
Hell yeah.
Hell
yeah. Surely the default dance.
Default dance?
Okay, me and you got it.
It's fine. Oh, damn it. Let's die on our fortress.
We'll die proud of our fortress.
They're coming to look at our fortress, man. How do we not have a pad after so many llamas? Do they not drop in llamas anymore? Okay, I need to get down or else I'm gonna die.
Come here. Just follow me.
Oh, the F is
The
beautiful.
F is kind of like botched out one side. Man, that F's way too big.
I'm gonna look at this.
Oh my god,
Oh, hell yeah.
An F for fast speed. It's fast speed fortress. It's my thing. Are you grenading it?
My name's Mark Bonanno. We're here at Fortress shooting content because everyone just wants content now. Disney Plus, slow down with the Star Wars. It's enough content. I have enough. We're here with AJ. Is that short for anything?
Ali.
Ali?
Yeah, Ali.
And where's the J? Is there a J in?
Yeah, there is a J. Joseph.
Okay, they call me MC, short for Jeremy. AJ?
Yes.
I'm just going to call you A because that just makes more sense considering your name. What is the game?
Medium.
Medium.
So essentially, we're just trying to read each other's thoughts.
Right, so how does rug and button align?
Exactly right. So, we have to think of one word that links the both.
That links rug and button.
Yep.
All right,
on
ready?
three.
1, 2, 3.
Very,
Diarrhea.
Very good.
Should we do it one more? Should we
Yeah,
try
so
another
now-
one? 1, 2, 3. Diarrhea.
Oh, a good tactic.
I'm not very good at this game. We thought AJ was bad at this game. Turns out, all I want to say is diarrhea. It's a fun word, and I get it a lot. I'm so sorry. Anyway, well, thank you all so much. Thanks for saying hi. Thanks for being so sweet.
No, thank you very much for having us.
All right, see yous.
See you later.
Have a free event, drink, enjoy your beverage card. You're so welcome. You're so welcome. Are these chips from a different venue? Are you sure? Are these Fortress chips? I don't believe you. I don't believe you. I think you're lying. All right, okay, because this looks... All right. What's this? Oh, what is everyone playing? Magic the Gathering. Yes. Now, is that What is that?
That's a big question.
Well, if you don't know, I'm very worried. What is this? What's going on here? Have I ruined something?
Sort of.
It's an ancient ziggurat, which seems to be a building. Add 1 mana. What colour would you pick?
I would choose white.
Incorrect. Well, look, this is all so exciting. Did you see when that guy cracked out the loot? Some motherfucker pulled out a loot and just started playing some fairy tale tavern shit. It was fucked up.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Fortress House Cup 2022 first season here, presented by Telstra and powered by Alienware. We are live here in the Fortress Melbourne Alienware Arena, and we are excited to get into our CSGO Week 3 finals here for the House Cup. Let's get ready to rumble as we do get into short dust here.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are getting into our first of our finals here. It's Cousin Duo up against the Gimps here on short dust.
Already a great start for them. Sherb now trying to push their way through to take a kill, though Ruben could be on the receiving end of this one. Off a plant, perhaps, and there it is. Double kill to come through, popping through the first round for the Gimps.
No, well, they're ready for this one. He's already grabbed one, looking for a second as well. The spray doesn't quite connect. Sherb will take out that one. Ruben in with the trade, though. We'll put him away into Gimps. We'll grab the second.
Might be able to find a bit of resurgence heading into round number 3 now. They got a couple of smokes, few flashes, but one's already gone down. A great beginning there from Sherb as they do look to push their way towards the site a little more. They are caught by Cultic though.
And now it's left onto Hooven. And just to make his way back towards start, the Deagle can still deliver a lot of damage if he gets in the right angles. Looking for Wade. Oh my god, there's nobody gets the first, looking for the second there. The spray goes through. Sherb trying to chase him here. Hooven gets the spray down and Hooven delivers. The Deagle comes to fruition, and it's going to be a 3-1 lead here. We'll do a bit of damage there, puts him out towards 63. Smoke down as well, trying to push him towards bomb. Hoover goes peeking on out, fills it up. Sherb goes down. Watching this angle at the moment, might not have heard the first call there, but he will be ready for that one as he takes him down, and Hardy even this one up at 1 apiece.
Yeah, ooh, Bogeyman's got the angle, stop the plan. Oh, and gets the second. 7 ballers taking away their second round there. Opportunity to get points on the board to see if they can manage to close the gap between them and the 7 ballers, but already it started and it's ended just as quick for the 7 ballers. Only 2 bullets in the chamber, though. It does prove difficult, but only pushes towards them. But that is going to be it. 7 ballers take away the series 6-1, and will be meeting the Gimps in the grand finals. And I'm super keen to see who is going to be able to take away victory, because this is it. This is the last one. This is what it all comes down to. Any angles here, they've broken the glass. Bogeyman is aware, does manage to crash through one. Only good for the second, and just like that, they take away round number 1 of our grand final.
They're already close in. They start to rush up towards door. Only hits one. Looking for scout shot. Can't quite hit the second. The bogey jumping down with the MP9. Pulls aside as he makes his way on. Only spotted, doesn't quite fire. Takes the ball down, and Jewish Noble punishes him there. The shot to the head, and we're at 2-1 after 3. The bomb down needs to find these angles. Only spotting him out, and it delivers the shot nicely with that AK.
Bogeyman and Oni now get in position on site. Got one at the ramp, one in dark. Jewish Noble good to catch the burst there. Bogeyman trades it back though, looking for Hooven as well. They're now trading blows, one for the other. Bogeyman maneuvering around the ramp though, might be able to come away with something, but they're just not landing the shots. Hooven being patient, but Bogeyman pulls away with it.
The MP9 with util with the door broken early. They're rushing into this one. Bogey already trying to get towards dark. He's got Jewish Noble. Has been swatted out. That will be put away. Only gets the trade and knocks it out with a one tap. And ladies and gentlemen, that is all she wrote. 7 ballers will win it out. 6-2 on Short Nuke, and they are your champions of your CSGO Wingman here for the House Cup.
Absolutely big shout out to Bogeyman. Congratulations on taking away the win in the tournament, as well as with the MVP award. Whether you're in venue, whether you're at home, big shout out to all of you, as well as all of the wonderful teams for putting on one heck of a showcase there. Thank you, and see you in the next episode.
My name's Big Jetty, and this is Official, and we're here for your Dragon Ball Fighters, presented by Telstra, supported by Alienware, Season 1, Game Day 2.
Let's go. Already off to a strong start. Looking for, gets caught out of the air. Nerd will finish it off cleanly with the 2-0.
Trying to do the same left-right shenanigans right there.
Oh my God.
Oh no, he's done it.
Oh my God.
I think he has been eliminated.
Oh, what a
Nice
reaction.
Huge.
Oh,
Slow again. Brings us
That's
back
the
up
grimy
again.
stuff.
Is this going to be it?
That should be it. TN damage. Goodbye.
Oh. Wow, what a round there. Oh.
There we go.
Wow.
Zed just consistently applying the pressure.
Great sportsmanship from both players. Yeah,
Bit of a fist bump at the end.
Oh,
wow.
Mantis with the perfect response right there. Mantis will eliminate Eversaurus from second qualifier in the...
All right, we're back. Blaine, what did you think of the first round?
Action-packed, mate. Action-packed. Really looking forward to the next round, seeing how these players are going to build on it. While we were on our break, I had a chance to go down and talk to some of the players up there in the arena, the Alienware arena. I had a really couple good chats with them. Got to see some of the frustration of a couple of them who felt they'd been unfairly picked on by the robber. So
it's typical of Catan. Everyone, mate, if you ask everyone up there has been unfairly picked on.
Everyone's been a victim today. There's a lot of injustice going on upstairs in the arena today, unfortunately. But no, I had a chance to talk with one fella. He was loving the game. He said, I was rightly picked on until I wasn't rightly picked on. And I think that just about summed up the way that a lot of the players felt. They thought that they were doing pretty well, and then they got ganged up on a little bit, which is going to happen in any game of Catan, but especially in a tournament game. But no, it's been great to be up there. There's awesome energy. People are buzzing up there. Everyone's excited. Everyone's laughing and enjoying it, even those that are losing. As we take a look now to the floor of the Alienware arena, we can see people are starting to find their seats again, getting ready to go back for round 2.
Such a great space for it too, isn't it?
This is an awesome arena, mate. It's awesome. We take a look around Fortress Melbourne, the largest gaming facility in all of Australia, here in beautiful Melbourne CBD. How good is it to be back playing board games after 2 years of lockdown in Melbourne?
So good, so good. I've missed it. Mate, I'll tell you what, one of the things that I love to do is to get out and play board games, obviously.
Yeah.
That's why I'm here, that's why you're here, that's why all these people are here.
Yep.
But it can be hard to do sometimes, right? Like to find that group of board gamers to get together on a regular basis and play. So I do just want to give a quick shout out to Board Game Wednesdays at Fortress.
Yeah, so that's every Wednesday, right?
Every Wednesday, yeah. And so they've got some great board game spaces down here. They've got a tavern-themed basement, which is just fantastic. Some great places down here. They've got a good board games library, and it's just a great opportunity for people to come down here, to meet some new people, to have a drink, to play a game, and to have a good time.
Yeah, and lots of good food to eat as well. Like you said, good place to hang out, bottomless pizza and fries and other little goodies that you can enjoy while you're playing some games. But whatever you do, don't touch the pizza and then the board game. There's got to be rules. There's got to be some sort of rules.
Is that the rule at your table?
Yeah,
is it?
yeah. Well, I've gone through a few copies of Catan because of these heathens that eat pizza and chicken wings and touch the board game. We won't go into that.
Give the Monopoly development card a special little mark.
Yes.
A special little pizza sauce on it, so you know which one it is.
Well, I mentioned earlier in round one, I had a little story to tell you about the Monopoly card.
Yeah,
I'll tell you about my favorite time I ever saw the Monopoly card get used. You said, was it evil and extra evil? Was that the way that you described it? Or
Totally.
Yeah, so I have an extra evil story to tell you. Watching somebody play the Monopoly card, a good friend decided it'd be a great idea to flood the market with sheep. Everybody needs sheep. He had nothing.
Yeah.
Everyone needed a little bit of sheep. Started doing 2-for-1 deals, 3-for-1 deals.
Yeah.
Everyone's got a
so
pocket.
generous.
Yeah, and everyone's thinking, wow, you're really, no pun intended, fleecing yourself here with all these sheep going out. And all of a sudden, what comes out of his hand but a Monopoly card?
And what did he ask for?
Well, all of the sheep. Not some, all the sheep. So he soaked him for all the sheep. It ended up with my wife, and I've had permission from her to tell this story, throwing the cards at him. And the game was over for the night. So be careful how you play Monopoly. The Monopoly card, you can ruin friendships. Thankfully, we've salvaged that friendship.
Much like the Monopoly board game.
Yes. Some things need to be a bit smashed. But here we go. Looks like we've got our final players. Or sorry, not our final players, but our players all set up finally for round 2. As they all settled in and let's take a quick look at the board, Luke, and see what do you think are the critical points here? What resources are people going to need to identify as maybe hard to get? Where do you want to set up shop first? What are you thinking?
Yeah, good question, Blaine. So right off the bat, again, we see that the resources are relatively more plentiful just because we've got the desert, off to the side, not blocking so many spaces. My eye is immediately going to that 6 ore spot, right?
Yep.
Outside of that, what have you got? You've got the 11 next door, and then a 2. So ore is critical here. So if I am the first player, no question, I am taking that 695 spot.
Yeah, 695 is just a massive spot. It's really, really critical. And it's actually interesting taking just a quick look. It looks like the good spots tend to fall off a little bit after that. I mean, 8, 10, 5, just by virtue of having a good hold on wheat. Wheat's not hard to come by in this game, it looks like. 8, 10, 5, and 6 all show wheat. But towards the bottom of the map, the 8, 10, 5 wouldn't be a bad place if I'm going second, presuming that, because I agree with you, 6, 9, 5 is going to go quick. Take a look at 8, 5, 4, though, just to the right, or to the top of the map, I mean. That's the only way Brick's coming into this game.
Yeah, great point. Really good opportunity to get a stranglehold on that brick production. If you can take that spot, then the rest of the spots around the 8 are not that great anymore.
Yeah, especially with that desert there, right?
Yeah, and brick could be hard to come by in this game as well. Now, that could be a problem in the early game. In the later game, you really need that ore. So, yeah, two really important spots right off the bat.
So it looks like our players are just rolling off to see who's going to get that first pick. Again, when you're playing in a tournament, it's just so different from the home game, right? You really want to take your time. Not even just we've been focusing so much on the first pick being locking down a resource that's hard to get or hard to come by, but also playing strategically, knowing that if you're picking first, there's going to be a whole lot of other settlements out there, and there it goes, just like you thought.
Yeah.
You also want to be thinking, where else are other players going to go?
The road is the road is an interesting choice there too, right?
Yep.
You don't want to aim your road at a spot you know other players are going to take, right? You want to aim it in a direction that you think is going to have space to expand. So I think that's a good option, aiming it up north. You're not going to get a lot of competition up there. You're going to have opportunities for expansion maybe towards that port from there.
Yeah. So Trent, as we said, is our orange player. He's locked down that spot. And now white, James, he's going to have to think real hard what to do, while red and blue are just going to have to sit there and see their fate decided for a minute or two.
The other thing as well is, and maybe I should be taking this down as a note for myself, right? Because I think I always overvalue sheep, right? But I do think that, you know, because to make use of that or wheat spot, you're going to need some sheep, right? And so that 8, 10, 5 spot down at the bottom of the board, not that bad. And I suspect we'll see that one go as maybe around pick 4 or 5, I reckon.
And look at this, shots fired. Look at white. Look at white setting up. Immediate little bit of conflict going on.
It's going to be fascinating to see their second placements, right? So they're going to want to make sure that they get brick and wood to start off with to really beat their opponent to the punch there.
Yep. And in that case, orange is going, oh dear, because he's picking last. Moving out towards the port or even just getting past is going to suddenly become very difficult. I'm not sure if I'm willing to do that on my first move. If I'm willing to make an enemy with somebody straight out of the gate. Orange is going, mate, why did you have to come down? But at the same time, kudos to white because he's just locked that spot up. No one's coming up into that corner to give him a hard time at that end of the island. See red giving it a really good long look.
Interesting to see locating on that 10 spot as well, right? Like there are higher producing spots around that, but it does give a little bit of diversity both in resources and in numbers, and has set up that immediate confrontation with orange.
Yeah, and I just want to throw back to something you mentioned there a moment ago. You said you overvalued sheep. It's good to meet someone who finally overvalues sheep in the history of this game.
I think I'm the only one.
You might be the only one. Yeah. Sheep is the one that gets no love.
Yeah.
Gets no love in this game.
Yeah.
But you're here to represent. I like that.
Mate, this is why I'm not out there. All right, red is going for 693.
Where to go with that road?
Good wheat, good sheep. Good, wood, I wouldn't say good wood, but...
There's a wheat port just to the other side. If he goes down, no, he's gone the other way.
Yeah. And wheat will be relatively available in this game.
You'd expect. Here's blue, who had lots of time to think. Oh, look at this move. If Hillary, our blue player, goes on that bottom end of the 6 hex, no one else is building on that one.
Yeah.
There we go.
There it is. Yeah, I thought that would go around 4.
And all of a sudden, look at blue. If blue actually takes that and then takes the 6-11-3, yep, getting a road,
starting
and look at the number diversity straight out of the gate, even though the 11's not great.
Yeah. Yeah. So Hillary's she's got wheat, she's got sheep, she's got ore. Now, she has access to brick and wood. They're not going to be high producing spaces for her. And she is going to struggle a little bit for brick in the game, but she has options to expand for wood.
I love that play. That was good. She knew what she wanted to do straight out of the gate. Saw the numbers, snagged it, and critically, like we mentioned before, setting herself up with a road in her pocket to start the game. Can't be unhappy if you're blue right now.
Now, the direction she's pointed the road in there for the 6, 11, 12, What do you think the thinking is behind that?
I saw her motion towards the board. It looked like she might have been pointing towards the brick port, which is down there, which, boy, oh boy, you're sort of doubling down on a number that's not going to come up that often in legs 11. Perhaps to get down to the wood, or up to the wood, I mean. Moving up to that 9, seeing as how orange is there, but I don't think orange might like that very much, getting hemmed in from another corner.
Now, red's placed on the 11-4-9. So we'll start with all brick sheep. So not going to do much on their first turn, depending on their roll.
And doubling down on 9 as well. I'm not sure with this much sheep on the board, 10, 8, 9, I'm doubling down on that.
I think even I in this game would say I think there's enough sheep.
You as a professed sheep advocate are thinking, hey, that might be too much sheep. We'll see how it works out for red in the game. Now Trent, our orange player, has got to be sweating bullets. Just what is white going to do? White seemed pretty happy with that initial spot.
Yeah.
Is anybody going to build on a porch straight out of the gate? Would anybody be...
Yeah, now the player who gets the first turn here is in the box seat because they get the opportunity, if they're willing to spend their second settlement to guarantee wood brick, they can guarantee that they will get that road.
And by virtue of where red has placed their second settlement on that 11-4-9, that means the only way you're getting on a guaranteed road right now is to build partially on a desert or partially on a port.
Yeah, I think you'd probably go the port.
Wow.
In that situation.
Goes 8-4-3, doubles down on wood, but picks up.
Yeah.
And in fact, look at that, is now white's now built on 8 twice. I didn't expect that. I talked to one of the players over the break who said they were having a great time despite the fact that they were getting their butts kicked. I asked them why they thought they were getting their butts kicked. They said, I just put my settlements out way too quick. Didn't think about it. Must have been a long first game for them, but they were in good spirits. Yeah. They were enjoying themselves a nice pizza down there, but you just don't want to rush.
It pays to invest that time in thinking about your setup, doesn't it?
Absolutely.
So much of the game is determined simply by the setup. Now, interestingly, we've got blue and red aiming towards ports early. So maybe, and for the thing is, for red, that's not a super tasty spot. They're just getting a 3 wood. Blue at least could eke out an 8 sheep or a 5 wheat.
Yeah, if I'm orange, I'm actually thinking very hard. Yeah, there you go. I was thinking about a 2 spot. I wasn't necessarily eyeballing that one, but I think
really
maybe he's thinking the brick port.
Yeah.
Yep.
Now, he doesn't have access to sheep, so he'll be betting that everyone else is pretty flush with sheep, which looks like they will be, so he'll be willing to trade for that. And he'll have good brick production, which is going to be in demand in this game.
Yeah, you're right. All right, so here we go. Our second game of the round 2 tournament is off, and we're keen to see how this one shapes up. This is where those that finished very well or won in their first round, looking to build that, keep their momentum going. It's always a little bit slower going when we're trying to get some resources going in the early parts of the game. And again, same as in the first round, all the tables here at Alienware Arena that are playing in the second round have this exact same setup. So it's nice and fair and even, level of playing field for everybody. Everyone's playing this same game that you're watching right now on our feature table.
And interesting to see that White was able to get the brick they needed for that road then to beat Orange to the punch.
Yep. That would have been a wasted road for White in the challenge of going for him. So it was critical. He can probably breathe a little bit easier now. Looks like Blue's off to some road building now. Oh, no, it was a robber. My apologies. When I saw a brick on a road go in, I thought there was roads, but no. First robber of the game. Let's see if Blue decides to pick a fight.
No, you've got to. There's no way around it. It's just, you just got to be nice about it. Nothing personal, but give me a resource.
It's just a game. It's just a game,
Give
says
me
the
your
cry of the
most
person who's kicking you.
resource. Oh, I hate to do this, but.
But you know. Okay.
Thank you, Red.
Red giving us a little sneak peek too. Thank you.
Ooh.
Yep, thank you, Red. We appreciate it.
Fantastic. Love it.
Of course, we said in the first round, it is a skill and a knack to try to memorize or have at least a pretty decent handle on what other players have in their hands.
Yeah.
And really important when you're robbing.
Interesting road placement there.
What's Blue up to? What's going on? Why place
So-
it there instead of building one on one you've already got?
Yeah. Maybe she's changed her mind about the direction she wanted to go there. But again, there's another confrontation there. And again, it's with White. But White has spent their wood they had.
Great pickup. You're right.
Or their brick that they had, sorry, to build that road and deny Orange before. So game on again.
Right, so we get some brick back into play, which is interesting. These players need that early on. So it's interesting. It's always fun to watch people's viewpoint on different resources. Jokes aside about sheep, Luke, we always talk about ore and the critical importance of ore. And we talk about that because you need it for cities. You need it for development cards. But of course,
Two
early
big point spinners.
Exactly, and you've got to have it. And look at that.
Yep, White's beaten Blue out there, so Blue will be regretting that road placement.
And it looks like a settlement as well. Wow, absolutely
Good turn.
Huge turn for White.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, and he'll be breathing a real sigh of relief to be involved in two battles early on for road placement and to win both of them.
He's boxed out two players straight out of the gate, forcing them to re-examine what they're going to do. I mean, it probably hurt Orange, I think, a little bit more, at least initially, because that road just got wasted on their 695. But Blue now, thinking, oh boy, why did I put that road down? Maybe. So not making, possibly not making a lot of friends right now by blocking all these people out, but we'll see if that, and sticking your nose out in front with a settlement. But we'll see if that affects the social side of the game, if people are still willing to trade with them or not.
Who's in a good spot early?
Wow, I didn't expect White to pull off these moves.
Yeah.
As they've done. So you've got to like what they're doing. I feel like the orange player there, if that 6 and 9 can hit a bit, if they can get some action in there, there's an opportunity for them to watch. Blue again with that 8-10-5, but White early on, you know, and a port, a 3-for-1 port. So even if no one does want to trade with him, he's going to get a better deal.
Blue taking taking from White there and getting a little bit of revenge, but it'll still sting, that early play.
Let's see how many times that comes back to haunt him later on in the game.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think White's in a really good position here. It's made it tough for Blue. She doesn't have great options to expand from here.
Yeah. That said, I do like her number portfolio. She's got,
yeah.
You know, if you take a look at her numbers, 5, 6, 8, 10, these are all numbers that roll fairly consistently. So there's a reasonable chance that she's still going to have resources coming in.
Good ore production, good wheat production, and good sheep production. So great options for early cities and development cards.
So if she gets hemmed in, which it looks like she's been hemmed in at least one direction, she can still upgrade, throw some cities down, start buying dev cards. Right now, everyone's still happily chatting and laughing with each other because most of them are still on 2 points. Let's see how they're still chatting and laughing when they get to 7 and 8.
Yeah. Starts to get a little bit more serious at that point.
Luke, who's going to take the longest road in this game? Who's going to make it?
Oh, good
part
question.
Of the strategy.
So let's take a look at who's got that brick and wood production.
Yeah.
Now, Orange has got great brick production. They've got good wood production there. I think that's a 6 that the robber is on. However, where are they going to expand to? And where are they going to link up their roads to? So maybe they don't necessarily link up their roads to each other, to those two settlements. Maybe there's a more convoluted path that their road will take, but they're certainly going to have the resources to think about it. White, likewise, has good and a good balance of wood and brick production to achieve it, but spent their roads early in opposite ends of the board. So, you know, big play to link those up, but that's a possibility.
Now, and you're right, it'll be a big effort to get those things connected. Red might be able to quietly pick away at a long road there. Again, harder to come by some of the resources, but if they're able to pull off some canny trades.
Yeah, he's got space, doesn't he?
Yeah.
And unfortunately for Blue, it looks like he's aiming his settlement in another spot that's going to hem her in further.
Yep. Boy, how quickly the game swings and changes. Hey, when we're dropping Blue's initial settlements, at least I was loving life. That was a great little move. But then all it takes is a couple quick roads from a player like White to go, oh no, now I've got to re-examine and adjust.
So she's thinking about aiming towards that port down there and getting a settlement on the 8 sheep.
Right, and it looks like she's done it. She's laid a piece, so.
And I think, yep, that's a 3-for-1, isn't it?
Yeah.
She'll really need that.
So there we go. Some wood comes into play. Quite a few players needed that. I wouldn't be surprised to see a few trades happen now. Especially because it's Orange's turn and he needs wood. Yep, and there we go. Looks like 2 for 1 as well. How early in the game, because it does determine the first 2 for 1, 3 for 1 trade. The first time you do anything more than 1 for 1 does tend to influence the rest of the players. A precedent gets set.
Starts to determine the exchange rate, doesn't it?
Doesn't it? So how early in the game? I mean, this is relatively early in the game to start pulling down 2 for 1s. Does that now say that from now on, anytime Orange, for example, has to make a deal, he's got to pay 2? What do you think?
I think there's also an element here around that exchange rate of how you position yourself on the table as people's friend or foe, right? Because if you go out there and you're driving every bargain as hard as you can, saying, "Oh no, you know, two for 1, only 2 for 1," then players are going to go, "Oh, it's just so much effort to trade with you. I think I'll go somewhere else." Whereas, particularly early on, if you can just be everyone's friend and say, maybe even negotiate a favourable future trade, right? Say, "Look, I know you need this resource. Let's do 1 for 1. I'm giving you the more valuable one, but maybe you can hit me up in the future." That can work, but it looks like this table is going to be cutthroat.
It looks like it. And speaking of big moves that we've seen from many of the players already, look at Orange. Just drop 3 roads. Bam, 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 bam. Yeah,
and so I suspect that he'll be looking to build a settlement on that 3, 11, 10 spot.
He has to. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah. In terms of longest road from there, it's tricky.
Yeah, it's disjointed.
You go south, but then do you aim towards white or blue and hope that they're not going to block you?
Yeah, as it is, no matter what he does or what direction Orange goes in, there's always 2 roads that have been lost. Those ones at the 6-5-11 juncture up to the settlement, those are gone. They won't be used. He's got to connect them back up to the 8-5-4 if he wants to get a road going. Have we seen any development cards? Looks like Blue's picked one up and is sitting on a dev card. And in fact has played it. She has a knight facing up, so slow movement on the development on the side of things. Feels like it's more of a old school basic Catan game, brick wood. Let's get the brick wood going.
Yep.
Let's stake our claims across the island.
Expand first.
Yes.
And then build later.
Yeah.
Yeah, Blue could really make a play for that largest army.
Yeah.
She's got the resources,
yeah,
as we said earlier. Plus, there's a prize in it.
Yeah. Yep. First player to get the largest army, or get to the longest road, can win those Catanimal plushies or the Logic Quest Catan logic puzzles. I was watching a few players play with those over the break as well. I haven't given up on Blue. Blue's still my one to watch for later on in the game. Just needs a couple rolls.
And looks like she'll be heavily invested in sheep too, which obviously I like.
Speaking of other things you like, he told me earlier that obviously this isn't your first time to the fortress, but it's sort of a bittersweet thing to think about your first trip to the fortress. Tell me what happened?
Yeah, totally.
Your first time here?
Yeah, so people will obviously be thinking of fortress as a shiny new thing, right? It's a fantastic venue, but it's actually been around for quite a few years now. It sprung up. It opened back in the days of 2020.
Right.
What was happening in 2020 that you can remember, Blaine?
I remember lockdown quite a bit, mate.
Lockdown, yeah. So Fortress's opening night was on the eve of Melbourne's lockdown 1.
Oh my!
What an event! But I was there, and it was a fantastic night. It was so much fun, and I was actually amazed because I'm a massive nerd, right? And so this place is heaven for me.
Yep.
So it's got board games, it's got video games, it's got everything I'm into.
Yep.
And I was really excited for it. And then the next day, all right, everyone go home for the next 2 years.
Stay inside.
Yeah, it was a bit disappointing, but so it's so fantastic to see everyone back out now and everyone here. And there's just such a great energy here, so it's really is a good time, and I'm really looking forward to checking out Board Game Wednesdays.
Yeah, I'm really loving being here at the Fortress, and of course being up in the Alienware Arena, where our games are taking place. It's an awesome spot. If you're here in Victoria, if you're here in Melbourne, make your way in. If you're outside in regional or rural Victoria, make a day trip. Come on in. Check out the Fortress. It's awesome for food, drink, all types of games you can think about. You can sit down and play on the PC. If you come in on Wednesday night for board game night, sit around, meet some friends, play it over board games. And I mean, we talk about a social game in terms of a strategy point, Luke, but being able to play games is actually a social thing, isn't it?
Totally. It's just a great way to meet people, to interact with people, to have to have something to talk about with people, right? Like
Absolutely.
For people who are as socially awkward as I am, having a board game in front of me is just a great crutch to be able to facilitate a fun time with good people.
Absolutely. And now again, for those of us who have had to endure a little bit of a lockdown here in Melbourne, for that to be over and hopefully a thing of the past, to be able to get out, stretch your legs, meet some people, play games. I mean, we can play games online and whatnot, and they certainly have a place and they're a bit of fun as well, but there's just something about holding the cards in your hand, right?
Yeah.
Shaking the dice yourself.
Yeah.
And
the
randomly
atmosphere.
accusing someone of picking on you when they put the robber on you, right? Why? Just, the rant at the phone doesn't quite equate to yelling at the person across the table from you, right?
Yep. Being able to eyeball them, with tears in your eyes.
Stare them down.
Why
say,
would
Don't
you do this
it?"
to me?
Yep. So we've had a little bit of progress while we're chatting. The big move that I noticed that Red did there was drop a settlement on the 9-10-2.
Mm-hmm.
A good move, trying to build out, trying to bulk out a little bit. Needs to get something happening there with that wheat as well.
Now, the interesting thing about Red's placement is they've got one high producing spot, which is that 6 wheat.
Yep.
Everything else they've got the 9 sheep, but no one's really targeting sheep. You're almost immune from the robber except for that 6 spot.
True. Very true. And
But they are going to have they're going to have a lot of sheep. Now, where is that sheep port? I think, is that right where they're aimed at?
Looking so.
Yeah.
Looking so. And they're going to need it. They're going to need it. And, at risk of sounding a little bit negative about the way that White's playing, if you were to write a game called How to Alienate Catan Players and Upset Tournament Players, look at White's power move down at the bottom on 8, blocking out blue a second time.
Oof.
White has to win now. White has to win now, or these moves will have made a lot of people less than happy.
Well, he's in a good position. He's got 4 settlements down.
Yep.
He's got decent production. The only thing is, he's got no ore production.
Yeah.
So that's the challenge for him. He's going to have to do some trades for that. He's got the 3-for-1 port already. So it'll be interesting to see if he can get those resources. And then maybe, what do you reckon? Is he the one who goes for longest road?
Well, the relative ease, it seems like he's able to drop those roads down when everyone else is sort of struggling to get roads out. Mind you, it could very well be, we can't quite hear what exactly they're talking about down there. We get a pretty good sense of it as Red goes for that port you mentioned a moment ago. Your strategy changes, or can change depending on what people put down in front of you. So someone who started off thinking, maybe I'll go for a longest road, or this is my plan.
Yeah.
It only takes one settlement to block you, or a road to break up your own roads for you to go, right, I better go back to the drawing board a bit.
You got to be able to pivot.
You got it. You got it.
Orange now, in terms of that longest road race, they're almost completely out of the equation.
You'd expect it.
It's very difficult for them to get out from where they are now. They'd have to look at expanding to the left of their topmost settlement, of their leftmost settlement, I should say.
Yeah, and for me, this is if I'm Orange, this is all about cities and dev cards. Like you say, you're probably right to pull the pin on a long road attempt. Long road strategy. You just got to get that settlement down on 3, 10, 11, and then hope to upgrade as soon as you can. There's no more building on that ore, that 6 ore. Blue and orange have effectively blocked that out. And here's a robber. I was just thinking to myself, the robber hasn't moved in a while, and no one's bought a dev card to move it, but now orange is going to do that.
It's a good feeling when you're that blue player or that orange player, and you've been able to lock down the one high-producing ore space between you.
Well, and White's offering a little bit of advice. We see, put it here, mate. Put it here.
Motioning towards that 6th spot.
Boy, is Red...
So you're trying to shake them down.
Make them sweat a bit.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll put it here. Maybe I'll put it here. Having a long, hard think about it.
Yeah.
Red does not look happy if that's coming after him. Okay, so he's gone for economy. Try and take out 2 players with 1.
Is an interesting placement there. Instead of the 6 ore, he needs the ore. I wonder if he cut a deal.
Yeah, good call. Good call, because we're kind of at that phase now of the stage of the game with where the exception of maybe White, and we'll just see if Red tries to connect things up. Road building might start to become less important now, and therefore ore and dev cards become huge.
The other thing that Orange is doing with that robber placement is he's betting that it's going to move before he wants to build his next settlement.
Yes. Blue maybe trying to make a deal happen. Yep, oh, there we go. Get a trade. And what looks to be a settlement as well. Yep.
Yep, she needed that one. Just to get some more production happening.
Yeah, exactly.
Hope that the dice gods are kind with 2s.
She needs to do a sheep dance at this point to try to get some stimuli, or maybe a grain dance. I like the move as well because it's going to effectively, stitch up that 5. She can continue to build down to it without fear of anybody else blocking her. She can't be blocked in there. And then she'll pick up a 3 for 1 port, which, it's always a good thing to get a deal. As Orange, we see, gets that settlement he needed.
So the board's really filling up now. There's not too many tasty production spaces left. We'll see players try and shift towards building cities now.
Yeah, you're right. And they're going to have to, just by the way the Robbers moved in a little bit, it was stagnant for a while, but it's moved a little bit lately. They're going to have to do a bit of hand management here as well. When's the right time to pull off a trade? Well, maybe that's the question then for you, Luke. When's the right time to pull off a trade? Are you only trading when you're going to spend it right away? Are you trading in a way to avoid the robber? Are you trading to think of the future? How do you play?
I will trade whenever I can. It's if you're trading, it's because someone else has something that is more valuable than what you have. So on my turn, I am trying to trade anything and everything.
Yep.
You want to, every turn, you want to build something.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter if it's just a road.
Yeah.
Ideally, you're building a settlement or a city. Even a development card is a good play, but you want to be doing something every turn that is earning you points and potentially future production.
Yeah.
So in terms of trading, if I've got an opportunity in my hand to trade something away, to be able to do something on my turn, I'm going to do it.
Yeah.
Right? There is an interesting question, though, around trading on your turn versus trading on someone else's turn. What are your thoughts around that?
Yeah. For myself, when I'm playing in a family game and playing in a friendly game, I'm like you. I'll trade anytime it suits me. Anytime I think I can get something going, I'll do that. Tournament-wise, I think my strategy becomes slightly more conservative. I'll tighten that up a little bit. I don't love to trade on my turn, because by asking for something, I'm telling my opponents that I'm lacking. And I don't want to portray any sort of weakness. I want to try to get my hand organized so I can roll, not have to depend on the roll to give me my resources. Whatever it gives me, hopefully, will be a bonus. But on my turn, it's just bam. All right, there's my city. Bam, there's my road. That's what I want to try to accomplish. So I probably would play it a little bit different in a tournament, only because I don't want people to generally know what I've got. And then hopefully I don't want to give anybody information, that they can then go, oh, you're seeking ore? Well, guess what? No, I don't want to give it to you.
Yeah, you lose a bit of bargaining power, don't you? Because on the one hand, you might say, I have ore to trade, or I have sheep to trade, or I have whatever it is. But whatever you're offering indicates to people that resource is of less value to you.
Yeah.
And puts them in a slightly stronger bargaining position by knowing that they might be able to eke a few extra out of you. And then on the other side, if instead you say, who's got ore? You're indicating the opposite, right? You're indicating that ore has a relatively high value for me, and you're inviting people to fleece you a little bit.
Yeah.
So it's interesting. That kind of dance around, I suppose I would trade for an ore if there was nothing else. But, you really want to conceal how valuable it is to you.
Yeah. And it's we talked about before, and I know we'll continue to talk about it as well, the sort of persona you build at the table. Are you the sort of person who, for me, if I only trade when I'm desperate for something, then I'm revealing to people how desperate I am. Whereas I tell everyone, I'll trade with you now, I'll trade with you now, I'll trade with you now, I'll trade with you now. Oh, well, that guy's always ready to trade. So, the apparent value of what I'm seeking is diminished because they think I'm always trading.
That's true. If you have that perception out there that you'll always trade for anything and everything, it does help to conceal a little bit where your intentions lie. Whereas if that one time you say, guys, I really need ore.
Yeah.
Well,
guess what?
It's going to cost you.
That's right. It's a little bit like in poker. If you only raise when you have a good hand, people tend to figure it out pretty quickly. So same thing with a table persona in Catan. Are you the tight trader, only willing to do 1-for-1s? Sometimes there's value in that. Sometimes that's a strategy that you have to do, even if it's nothing else but to try to drive back down inflation, table inflation, where people are like, oh, 3-for-1 was the last trade. Well, guess what? I'm not doing that. I'll give you 1-for-1. Take it or leave it.
We've seen a little bit more board development now, and we're seeing blue start to vie for that longest road. It's currently held by white. One more would win it for her. Now, if I'm white and I want to hang on to longest road, I'm in a little bit of a tricky position, because if the battle goes more than a couple of roads, I'm wasting a road here.
Yeah.
Right?
So a moment ago, we just saw the robber get moved. We basically, ostensibly, we've got 3 players in second, give or take, and then white out in front, both by virtue of an extra settlement and the longest road. But then we see, perhaps flying in the face of convention, some infighting, if you will. Orange robbed red. No doubt resource hunting, knowing what was in his hand. So how do you stand on that topic of, look, someone else is clearly winning, but I know what you've got, so I'm going to take that?
Yeah, I don't mind that too much. I think the conventional wisdom is always target the leading player. But again, if you're targeting the leading player, you're not just helping yourself, you're helping 2 other players, right? You're helping everyone except for that player that you're targeting. And the other players love that, right? But if you just go for the resource that you need, you're comparatively helping yourself more, and you're leaving that work to stop that lead player up to other people. Now, eventually, someone is going to have to bite the bullet and do it. You just hope that it's not you. But I personally, I will let everyone else worry about the lead player, and I'll worry about how do I get myself closer to that lead position.
And no sooner did we mention it, but then red, even though red was the victim of a little bit of infighting there, the second place players turned around, played a knight, robbed somebody else, robbed blue, and then had to rolled a 7 and had to rob again, taking orange. White's just sitting there watching everybody else pick each other's pockets, going, okay, great. But I do think you make a good point. I feel like you always got to use the robber in a strategic way that benefits you. Sometimes, what benefits you is prolonging the game. Therefore, you do attack the person or rob from the person that's in first. But if it benefits me, I know you've got ore and I can't get it. Well, guess what?
Sometimes you can be a little bit cheeky too, and try and coerce other players into a favourable trade based on your robber placement.
Absolutely.
I love seeing that. I love seeing it when players get a little bit creative with their trades. Now, of course, future trades, non-binding. They don't have to abide by it. But I've never seen one not adhered to. So it's a thing that happens, and I love watching when players get a bit creative and say, you know what, let's do a deal.
Yeah, you're right. And it is a great part of board gaming in general, but certainly of Catan, where something that you might call maybe a house rule, because technically there's no allowance for future trading, if you want to call it that, in Catan. But that, you help me, I'll help you later element is something that's, been with this game almost as long as it's been around, for 20 odd years. And then that comes again, we've talked about it a couple times, but that social element of the game where, hey, just help me out and I'll help you later.
One interesting thing to point out here, we're quite deep into the game, still no cities out.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Now, the robber has been camping on that ore space a bit, so I wonder whether it's just lack of resources.
And that's a good point that you make about being this far into the game, because these are timed games that we're playing for the tournament. In order to keep the tournament moving forward, most of the games are ending when someone in fact achieves the victory conditions, getting 10 points. But we are going to play these games by time, so you can't delay too long in a game like this, because as we mentioned at the end of round 1, you need the victory points. You actually do need to have this game moving forward. Can't get too bogged down in road building or settlement. You need to start getting cities going. You need to get dev cards going. Red drops the 7 and places those dice just like the cameraman asked him to. That was perfect. Now let's see if that burns anybody. Everyone seems to be safe, but what's Red gonna do? Is Red still gonna play for himself, or is he gonna go picking on someone? Oh, actually, it looks like it's gonna burn Red. Looks like he's got a mitful. Yep, that cost him. Boy, I wouldn't be looking past that 8 that white and blue are on if I'm him. There he goes.
There you go. He must have heard you.
It's the sheep, mate. It's the sheep. Needed to get his
So
hands
valuable.
on some.
So
valuable.
That's a settlement.
You know what? He had lemonade. Or sorry, he made it some lemonade that turn. He got dealt some lemons by the 7, but still, you can never argue with the turn when you're building points, right?
And that is, so he now has that sheep port, right? He's got the 3 settlements down around that 9 sheep.
Yep.
His strategy is set from here, right? Like he's really praying for those 9s to roll.
Yep.
Really hoping to turn them into cities. Be interesting to see what the dice have to say about that.
The dice say robber. So let's see what Orange does. Orange is falling behind a little bit. It looks like on the board. Needs a big turn or 2 to keep pace with them.
Yeah, just really awkward positioning with Orange really getting blocked out of in so many directions. Really hurt him early on, losing that initial battle.
Yeah.
With White.
Yep. Look at this. Go straight after blue. White sitting there on 6 points. Not even having to talk about it. It's so fun watching players do that. Now, what card has he just played? It looks like he's played Monopoly. He has. He played Monopoly, got himself some grain.
Interesting.
And boom, city time.
Well, there's the first city.
Yep.
Really needed that. Now, normally with a Monopoly card, personally, I would keep that. Right? Like I would keep that for a really critical moment. I don't mind what Orange did though. I think that it was kind of a do or die position for him. That point really needs to get that production up there. So I think that's a good option.
I think that's one of the 2 ways to play it. Jokes about throwing sheep in each other's faces aside. To me, Monopoly is a card where it's an all or nothing. Either I'm broke and I'm desperate and I need to get something, and this will get me something, hopefully with a bit of a booster. I mean, that's the time to do it if you can build a city, or like you say, like you said earlier, it's probably an end game or very close to it thing, in an attempt to flush people of all their cards, or make a big several moves myself. If I can build off multiple settlements or cities and buy a couple things all in one turn, then that's the time to do it.
Now, I think the screen's not showing this at the moment, but I think we've had longest road change hands. I think Blue's got that now with 6.
It looks like you're right, mate. Yep, the screen hasn't been updated to do that, but that's all right. So that's why Blue's been sitting there picking away at the side of the coast. A little bit more room to go. It'll be interesting to see if White tries to challenge that, because he'll have to sacrifice at least one road.
I kind of look at it as the battle for longest road can be a bit of an arms race. There's a bit of mutually assured destruction in there if you're both just burning all your resources on wood and brick. So, and looking at it for White, you kind of say, could prolong it for 2 more, but then it's starting to get really expensive. And even that those 2 more are all that's going to be required to just be able to take it. If Blue spends 1 more road at that point, they might have it. I actually think, though, that the longest road battle could Red could have a say in that. They've got a lot of room for expansion, and they can have a say in blocking out Blue.
Yeah, you're right. I think Red can be a bit of a smoky, can be a bit of a dark horse here to rally in the game, but
they need to get some serious resources to be able to do it. That's challenging for them.
They've all got to get on their horse. They got to get moving because we're already moving away. Again, if this game ends via time, boy, you wouldn't like your chances of making the final table with any of these scores. You really want to win the game outright. So there we go. The screen's been updated. Blue sitting on 5. Scores balanced now. At least on paper.
Still no one having more than 1 knight out.
That's interesting.
So largest army up for grabs, and that could really swing the game depending on who ends up with that.
If Orange can string together a few turns without the robber hitting on that 6 and 5 up there, then people could be under a bunch of pressure from Orange.
It's a great spot,
you know,
that 956 to have a city on it. You're really banking on getting a lot of value from it. What's your path for victory for Orange at this point?
Yeah, great question. Look, I think Orange just kind of needs to stay the course a bit with what they've committed to on that part of the board. Building out towards the edge of that 9-12 doesn't really do anything for me unless you just need to get another settlement down.
Just the VP, yeah. But yeah. I suspect they'd probably go the 8.
Yeah, I would too.
First.
Yeah, I'm doing that first.
Yeah.
To be honest, in terms of priorities, if I'm Orange, I'm citifying, if that's a word, with 3, 11, and 10 before I do anything else, just to hedge my bets with how frequently the robber has been dumped up in that 5-6 area, and how it will continue to, because Blue is on that 6 as well.
Yeah.
So I want to try and give another target. It's interesting to me to watch people, their eyes can't naturally help but fall towards cities. Even if they're not necessarily great place cities. So to me, that would be my first priority, is getting that one up.
The other thing that is good for Orange, there you go, the city's down. So Orange is actually in a decent position, because the other thing they've got is really great diversity in their numbers.
You're right, spot on.
They don't have a single repeated number in their set. They've got the 3, the 4, the 5, the 6, the 8, the 9, the 10, and the 11. That's perfect.
Yeah.
That is textbook.
Yep. That's it.
So
they're getting something every roll.
If 2 and 12 aren't rolling,
yeah,
they're getting something every turn.
Yep.
2 cities down. They're in a good position.
We've seen a swing, haven't we, in the past probably 10 minutes?
Yeah,
with Blue taking over the longest road.
Yeah.
White's been quiet.
Yeah.
It seems we had a couple of those early shock and awe destroying moves and getting in people's ways. So we've seen a bit of a swing, it feels like, on the game. Looks like white and blue are going to try and make something happen. Was that a 3 for 1? Was that a 3 for 1?
Well, they're getting a city down, so well worth it.
Yeah.
Minimum that was you'll trade at crazy rates to get cities down.
And a great spot for white to build, right? So so white's got that city down, you know, possibly maybe not going to look to continue the arms race you mentioned and chasing the longest road. So what's white got to do to get back into this game, or not get back into it, but stick his nose out in front and challenge for it?
Oof. So they've got space, right?
Yeah.
They've got their settlements down. They've got a city down. They've got space for another settlement. If they can eke out a couple of victory points, the game's been going for a while. It's a stretch to see them taking largest army at this point.
Yeah.
Particularly given they don't have access to ore. So white would really want to be picking up a couple of victory points in development cards.
Yeah.
But really they're going to have to get a lot of the remaining points through putting down another settlement or two, and then building another city and seeing where they go from there.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think that key to what you mentioned there is expansion. They're just going to have to keep building.
Yeah.
Going to have to keep going. But they're almost pot committed to that resource expenditure. Looks like blue's got a few cards going down. Victim of the robber. It's on the move. Now blue's thinking they're in a decent spot. If they're blue, where are they dropping this robber? What are they gonna? Who's more important to stop right now? Orange or? Yep. Oh, they're talking about who she's gonna rob from. So every now and then,
is that those early plays from white? Is that still stinging?
Yeah. See how long the memory is. Remember those 2 times you blocked me?
Yeah.
White's pleading the case, saying, "Hey, come on."
It was in the past. Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
Good for orange. He's clearly in the lead.
I love that spot as a block because it's going after the main competition as the game is going right now.
Blue she does go orange. Maybe there's forgiveness for white.
Yeah. I noticed that Trent was quite quiet there. Maybe she said, "You're a bit too quiet." Oh, and then a trade on top of it.
Very even game at this point.
It is. Someone needs a big turn. Someone's gonna have to. And I think you're right. You said it before. We need dev cards to come out. You got to start picking through those cards, hoping to spring a victory point card, or if nothing else, get the largest army out. To be this far into the game and only 2 knights have been played. Says there's points up for grabs in that largest army.
You suspect that it's going to be taken at some point during the game, and as we get further and further, it's just more and more likely that as that comes up, that'll be the thing that swings and decides the game. So watch for players to become increasingly paranoid if anyone gets to 2 knights.
Yeah, right now it's going to have to be orange and blue that do that. You'd expect that orange would challenge more with the sort of city setup. Ore and grain, ore and grain, ore and grain. No sheep.
Yeah, I'd have to trade for the sheep. Now, what's that port that orange is aiming towards? Is that ore?
I think it's ore, mate. Yeah, I think that's ore.
See, he does have. Well, he's got the best ore production of any player at the board. So that's a decent spot for him when he gets the settlement ready to go.
Oh, look, a 9 for red is tasty. He just picked up a whole bunch of sheep.
So that translates to 1.5 resources of whatever he wants.
What's red got to do to win this game?
Needs longest road. Needs to get, before that though, really got to get the production going. Doesn't have great spots, so is really relying on getting the resources he needs to get a city out there.
Well, he's just bought one. Where is he putting it? If you're red, where are you building that city?
Oh, 963 for sure. Yeah.
Yeah, he does it. You're right.
Hesitation might have been, do you put it closer to the 11 to pick up some extra ore production? But, 2 pips versus 5 pips, ore versus wheat.
Yep. Where's his next city? That might be the easy one then. So where's Red's next city need to go?
Okay. So obviously the choices are the 9, 10, 2 or the 9, 11, 4. I would say because he's got wheat production sorted through the 6, I would say you would go the 9, 11, 4.
Yeah.
It's going to pick him up some extra brick as well, which is going to help him to take the longest road.
And the old painting a target on your back, though, that's the only downside to that. I mean, with that sheep port that he has, when you build another city there, all around that 9. He's committed to that. That's his move. That's his game at this point.
Totally.
He has to do it.
His strategy is on display for everyone to see at this point.
Yeah.
And such an even game. Everyone on 5 VP at this point. Actually, I've got blue on 6, I think, with that extra settlement down.
And that's a grain port too, isn't it? The Blues just picked up. That could be huge, considering where else Blue has set up, right?
You look at her grain production on a 10, a 5, and a 6. Very tasty. She's got ore production as well. Potentially get a couple of cities going there.
Yep.
She manages to hang on to longest road long enough. She could be in a really good position here.
Yeah, I feel I feel like all these players are right on the cusp of of a big mega turn. But all of them need one. They need it. The clock is ticking, and we're only at 5 points. Speaking of big turns, Orange drops another settlement, picking up that port that we talked about. Not sure about using that road to go there, since it can't be built on. And I don't think he can actually challenge for longest road if he were to connect it. But he might be managing his hand if he's got too many resources, thinking the 7 drops him, I'm going to get stung.
See, well, Orange has got obviously very good brick production if you can convince other players to shift the rubber away.
White's on board.
And he's got decent wood production as well. So he's got the resources, right? If he can connect up to his other, if he can connect up his road network, he'll be on 7 roads. That's enough to take it.
7, yeah.
And then potentially keep building from there. So that's I reckon he'll be eyeing that.
Hey, and speaking of big turns needed, look at now another player. Now it feels like we might get some momentum going. White drops a settlement down on the 11-4 port, brick port, and then picks up a dev card as well. So that's a great turn. White's got to be happy with that, adding to the point tally and picking up a brick port as well.
Not gonna be able to make great use of the brick port, but definitely that extra production, that victory point is going to be really helpful for them.
Yep. So Red's sorting through a bit of a stack of cards. For those of you who are watching at home, just know that we only get a camera view of their hands by accident. It's actually intentional to try to not let them see, because this is being projected on the big screen in Alienware Arena, and it's not really nice to show everybody your hand. So from us in the broadcast booth, we like it. We get to see it.
Yep.
We want to know what's going on. I'm sure you like to see it as well. Okay, Red's definitely got tricks up his sleeve here. It's feeling like a city.
Yeah, there's a lot of cards
That's
going
a
down.
lot of sheep that just got traded in with that port.
There
and
you
it
go.
is.
Yep. Gets that extra brick production.
All right, so 3 turns in a row. Orange, white, red, all making moves. Now we've got momentum in this game. Let's see if blue can follow suit.
All right, Blaine, I'm going to put you on the spot. Who's going to win the game?
Oh man!
Put your bunny down. Pick a player.
Okay, yeah. With the pressure on right now, I'm going to say Red's going to win this game. I'm going to say Red's going to win this game on the back of that sheep port. I think the other players are going to be too busy battling each other.
Big call.
That's my big call.
Yeah.
And I'm more than
Yeah.
happy to be corrected at game's end.
mind
Luke,
it.
who
I
you
don't
putting your
mind
money
it.
on?
I'm on orange.
You're
I'm
on orange. You're
Yeah.
saying orange is going to pull it off.
Yeah. I reckon he'll grab the biggest army by trading for sheep.
By trading for sheep.
Yeah.
Well, he needs to. And I think what why that's a good pick as well is that ore position is just excellent.
Yeah. The other thing he's got is potential for longest road as well. He's got a lot of options for victory from here. I do like red though, right? Like there's good diversity in the numbers, and I don't think the other players are going to be heavily targeting him.
That's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking
Yeah.
he might be able to coast through while, again, people's eyes are drawn to cities on ore.
Yeah.
You know, a little bit. See orange right there by dropping that one. I mean, awesome move. You want to do it. Does he put 2 cities out in one move? Wow. Well, there you go. You might be one step closer to being right, Luke. Huge turn.
Big turn. 2 victory points away. Now we don't know what. Now is he? All his development cards are face up, aren't they?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So he's not hiding anything there.
No extra VP. If he just builds 2 roads though, that's game over.
You're spot on.
I reckon
spot on.
that is his strategy from this point.
Really
I lie. Sorry, Blues extended her road, so she's on 7 now. I think she'll be nervously watching what Orange is doing.
Thing is, if he does connect through the middle of the island, he still can build northwest. He can go around the top and continue to go, whereas blue can only build 2 more spaces.
That's right.
So if we do see a little bit of mutually assured destruction via road building, then blue might come out on the losing end of that because orange has more real estate to move to. Really, white could end up being the kingmaker here by virtue of being able to stop orange.
True. Very true.
And look, they're paying attention.
If you're white, what do you do?
Ugh, well, you got to play for your own. You got to play for yourself in a tournament, especially. I don't want to give up, even if I'm being beaten. It's tough. I think white needs to get a city going on that 8-4-3 just to get the points going.
Yeah.
Right. Got to get those points going. Doing so also will hopefully generate more sheep. Where he's doubled down, he's got possibly 3 coming out of every time a 10 drops. If he has a city on 8, he's getting 3. In 2 turns, that's 6 sheep. And he's got a port up there. So here comes another road. No port down there. Don't know if he's just blowing through cards. Red has a huge handful of cards, so let's see what he does on this turn.
Tell me, Blaine, you've just had your turn. It's still a couple of plays before your turn. You've got a hand of 8 cards. You're worried about the robber.
Oh, yeah.
Do you start pleading with other players to reduce your hand size, or do you risk it? Do you just say, bring it on. More cards the better. I'm going to bet on no robber and hopefully start my turn with 9, 10 cards.
Look, it really depends, and look at that move by red. Look, to answer your question, we'll come back and think about what red's up to here. Which looks to be a gigantic move.
Goodbye longest road for orange.
So there's that move.
That's a big move.
There's that
block.
Yeah.
So he's got that for himself now, right? I think that's a great move. He's essentially locked down longest road as soon as he can link up his roads.
So to go back and answer your question, it depends on where the game's at. Early days, I'm not willing to make it that plain, that I'm willing to flog off 3 cards just to get under the robber, and I'm also unwilling to lose cards to the robber. But later on, as the game goes on, I will risk it. I will hold on to a huge hand. Because I'm just not willing to let my opportunity go. I don't want to play it safe, especially in a game that's this tight, where we're neck and neck and neck and neck. You really want to me, I'm holding on to those cards. I'd rather let the robber take it away than force myself to do a 3-for-1 trade. And you see how critical it is. Everyone's talking about it right now, that huge move by red. Does blue come through and interrupt that?
If blue builds 2 more, then she'll be on 9, right? Red builds 1 more. He's on 8. So if blue really wants to go for it, then red is going to need not only that 1 to link up the roads, but 2 additional. If I'm blue, I'm looking at it and I'm saying, what's in it for me? Right? What is in it for me to continue this arms race? Now that road placement makes sense. She needs that space for another settlement. But do you go beyond that? Just to hang on to it. I think at this point, she doesn't have other paths to victory that do not include hanging on to longest road. So I think she has to commit to that arms race.
And I think you're right, not going, it's a good move by blue, and you're right to spot it, to not go past that point. At least right now, you can use up the brick later on, but you need the wood and the brick for the settlement. So hold on to that so you can drop the settlement there on the 6 as well.
The other thing around that though is, see, she's got longest road at this point, right? So she's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Red builds 2 roads at this point. He takes it. And even that additional road will not get it back for her. Whereas that one road is going to keep it for her. But it's tricky because, you know, she really wants that extra production too.
Yeah.
It's a hard one.
Yeah, to me, that's the trick right there, is that balance of needing the extra production the 6 will give you versus if she had built 2 roads back up to break up and prevent red from connecting, then that eliminates red from the whole longest road argument. He can't get back into it after that.
Mate, I didn't even notice that. You are absolutely right.
You know?
That's her best move.
If she went through that, then red, all of a sudden, he's got no chance.
Yeah.
And effectively, she saves the game.
Yeah. A road builder's card for her right now
Would be
is gold.
huge, wouldn't it?
Yeah. And also, you know, for Orange, who's out in the lead.
Yeah.
He really, really wants Blue to be hanging on to that longest road.
Yeah. While we were chatting, Orange decided to build a couple roads. Now that he's been blocked by red up there, decided to throw a few out there, looking to build out onto the 9-12.
Yeah.
Probably just looking for a point, I would suspect at this point.
Yeah, definitely. Getting close.
Yeah, they got to be worried now.
Yeah, Orange has got options at this point. Build a couple of settlements or try and pull some good development cards.
I think it's... Yeah, I think you're spot on. That's what what Orange needs to do. Okay, so White has 4 all stitched up in settlements, and looks to be getting a dev card maybe. Yeah.
So that's sitting VP. Can we get a look? Does he have any face down development cards?
He just picked one
Just
up.
the one?
Yeah.
So let's guess he's on 8.
You have to presume. Whenever there's a dev card that's face down on the board, to my mind, late stages, you got to presume. Bit difficult to say. What you want to pay attention to on White's next turn is if he plays that card. If he plays that card, obviously, we know it's not. But if it survives through another round, you got to be really worried that he's sitting on a VP.
And even if it's not, there are so many options that can convert to a VP in some form.
Yeah. Yeah, all of a sudden, Year of Plenty becomes gigantic.
Oh, yeah.
Suddenly, you know, sometimes people go, oh, I had to spend 3 cards to get 2. But in a game like this, and especially, let's say, for example, with Orange, who needs sheep, or any player who needs a resource they can't get it, sometimes just getting those 2, the one thing that you really need, can fill your hand, drop a settlement or a city, and can be a game changer. So, Year of Plenty is an excellent card.
I agree. I think Year of Plenty is an interesting one on the face of it. You know, you look at it and you say, I'm spending 3 resources on a development card, and what I get back is a card that gives me 2 resources. On the face of it, you say, that doesn't seem like a great deal.
It's not a great trade.
But if you think about it, those 2 resources are anything. But on top of that, they don't count towards your hand limit.
Huge point. Huge point. Yep. So it looks like Orange has just sort of nosed his way out in front. Here, you really got to think that the other players have got to get on their horses here. As you look into the background, you can see a lot of the other games have wrapped up. So they will be facing the clock before long. Was that enough 3 for 1? Blue making big moves. And trading with Orange too. Wow.
city.
Oh, and then Red offering a bit of advice. No, man, don't put it there.
Interesting. She's either hasn't had the resources or has decided not to spend them to block out Red from Longest Road.
Yeah. Robber, who was sitting on a mitt full. Anybody get burned? Are they all safe? No, looks like they're all safe. Yeah, that's the downside. That's the downside. You just
It's a big target on that spot, isn't there?
Yeah. And unfortunately, this is the thing when you talk about doing trading on your turn. You want to trade on your turn and spend it right away.
Yeah.
You don't want to have to sit on it.
That's right.
Because that happens.
Yeah.
But just going back to Blue's city placement, given that choice between that and the 6-11-3 for ore, are you liking that spot? Or does it suit her because of the grain port?
You need the ore for cities, but the grain can be converted to ore, right?
Yep.
So you're getting, by converting that settlement to a city, you are getting an extra 7 pips of wheat versus you're getting an extra 5 pips of ore. So if you think about that in a trading sense, so that's like 3.5 ore where she is versus 5 ore. That said, you've got more diversity with the 5 and the 10 rolling.
Yep.
You've got that great sheep spot, which I love.
Yep. We've established well, and you're spot on. Yeah, to be able to get more coming through that way by having multiple options for grain.
Yeah. The other option gives her potentially a little bit more brick if the dice gods are kind.
Have you played a game where a number just didn't drop?
Oh yes.
Where you just couldn't get what you needed, or even
And
where anyone could get what they needed.
Every game I play, whatever I place on,
yeah,
doesn't roll.
Yeah, okay.
It's just
you're permanently stuck on 2.
Yeah, it's certainly it's certainly not just my perspective or something like that. It's totally the universe is conspiring against me. No, it is funny. You look at the distribution of dice rolls sometimes, right? And you expect that nice little pyramid where you get a lot of 7s and then you get slightly less 6s and 8s, and so on and so forth.
Yep.
But sometimes you play those games where you've done everything right, you've placed in all the right positions, and the dice gods just say, "Yeah, nah, we're gonna roll some 2s and some 12s and some 11s, see what happens." Or the thing that really kills me, your 6s and your 8s, nice spots, they roll when the robber's on them.
Yeah.
So painful.
Yes. I think the only thing that probably equates to the same level of pain when the robber is on your spot and the number drops is, especially if you're playing with people who haven't played a lot, or you're teaching new people to play the game, and you say, it's probably not a great idea to build on 11 or 12, and then they do that, and then it drops all game, proving you wrong.
Yeah. You don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah. I built on 11, 12 too, and it dropped all game. Meanwhile, you're sitting there on 8, 6, and 9, nothing happening. Interesting, we're still getting trades this late in the game. Players are still willing to do something to further their cause.
It still is wide open.
Desperately needs to connect that to get that road going.
What does Red do after that? say they connect up that road. They get longest road. They're on 8. They've got no face down development cards. So they definitely need another 2 VP. Where are they coming from? Do they hope for 2 additional cities?
Red could actually get the whole thing. If Red builds that longest road and then picks up another knight, he'll have both the longest road and the largest army.
Oh, you're right.
So
I think, the screen shows 1, but he's actually got 2 in front of him.
Yep.
He only needs 1 more.
So to
You're
me,
absolutely
I'm
right.
all about that road and just digging through the dev cards.
Yeah,
Look
totally.
at orange. Look at orange.
Totally.
Dropping roads. We've still got road building wars going on. Orange trying to end it, and looks like he's done it. Yep.
Game over.
There you go.
Well done.
Wow. There we go. Another game in the books.
He was out in front for most of the game and did well to hold on. So he did actually end up with longest road. It was a roundabout way to do it, but you get those last 2 victory points any way you can.
Yep. Yep, absolutely. So job well done to all 4 players, of course.
Yeah.
But
a really, really high quality game.
That was good. That was good. I felt very measured. I felt that people knew what they wanted to do. They were sticking to it. There was ebbs and flows. Multiple people blocking multiple other ones throughout the game, and it really started to pick up pace. Like we said before, we started to get some of those big moves. They're going to enjoy that.
Yeah, yeah.
Well.
You look at that game, every player had good options for victory. Every player played that game really well.
Yeah.
I think if I am Red, I'm feeling a little bit miffed at this point because, you were 1 development card and 1 road away from victory.
And he had it too. He showed it when he flipped when the game ended. He flipped it over. So that was in his pocket.
All he needed was that 1 extra turn.
Yep.
And it's the difference between 6 points and 10 points in a victory.
Yep.
So, it's up to the results of the other tables now to see who gets through to the final.
Yeah.
But yeah, mate, I can't wait to see the final. The quality of this game was amazing.
Yep.
I'll be really interested to see how the final plays out. Really got my notebook ready to take some hints down.
I'm pretty keen to see how it's going to go as well. Hats off to the team at the Alienware Arena for getting all of those games leveled and organized. For the first 2 rounds, of course, everybody played the same game.
Yeah.
So everyone at all tables played the same in both the rounds. But now, as we go into the final round, as we go into the championship game, the one that's going to decide who gets to represent Victoria, go on to Canberra to play the national championships, this one's going to be done a little bit different. How's the last game going to be decided, Luke?
Yeah, so instead of that set board, we're going to see it laid out randomly. So we're going to have random tile placement with the traditional alphabetical number placement on top of that. So when we come back after the break, we'll get to see that played out, and that's going to be really interesting.
I'm looking forward to it a lot. I'm going to try to head down there, talk to a few more players if we can, see how they're all feeling about it as well. Hopefully find out who our finalists are.
I'd love to catch some of those players in that last game and see what they were thinking throughout that game.
Yeah, definitely. And being able to watch this game as well. So for those of you who are watching as well at home, as we said, we're going to have those tiles coming out randomly. We're going to watch that live as the game progresses. That's going to make a big difference. So hopefully we get to see maybe the desert in an unfriendly position.
Right in the middle of the board.
The first 2 rounds have been extremely friendly by way of placement of the desert, but maybe in this last round we'll see of it. Maybe we'll see all the sheep all congested up in one section of the board. Wouldn't that be interesting if we had a pasture up there, or the only way to get ore was one end of the board? That will really make a spin on how we've done, because we have seen fairly level playouts. Spread out of the resources. And of course, big stakes as we go into the final round.
Huge, everything to play for.
Absolutely. Well, we're looking forward to that. We'll go into our final round. We'll take a final break, and then when we come back, we'll do the final round of the 2022 Victoria State Catan Championships.
Let's go to Fortress. We're here in the arcade, which kind of rocks if I'm going to be honest. I broke both Mario Kart machines, and I don't know if anyone else can say that they've done that before. We got the drum machine, and then we have the hall over here. Wow. In the hall you can sit, you can play, you can eat, you can drink, you can have your fill. And if we come over here, gamers are hard at work trying to beat their high scores, so we don't want to disturb them. But here they are. And now come into the tavern. You can get a booth, you can play games. There's a guy, hey man, there's a guy with a loot, but there's people eating. Looks good. I'm sorry. You've got board games over there, which is so much. I don't know why I'm telling you, the cameraman knows, but you don't know. And you can sit, this is one of the many tables, which is just made of wood. It's just incredible. It's Mark Bonanno from I'm here at Fortress, and you're here at Fortress, and we're all here at Fortress. What the fuck is that? This is Jim. That's pretty good. What do you reckon of that? Should we go upstairs? Or do you want to see the toilet? No, you don't want to see the toilet. But the toilets are nice. I love a good toilet. Let's go upstairs. You seeing this? Where else are you going to see this shit? This is the escalator, which you can just stand on and it brings you up or down, your choice. And now we're going into the Alienware arena, where there is Alienware in an arena. The Alienware is a computer game company. They make computer, and here this is awesome. This is like a 250 seat esports arena. Look at this. Look at this. Every seat has its own little, and then you got, can I get on the stage? I feel like a regular Shroud up here. You might not get that reference. He's a gamer. I mean, this is ridiculously cool. In my opinion, this is the Alienware arena where you can verse each other. The people play the video games against each other in teams in front of a crowd, and the crowd cheer for who they want to win. And then we find out based on the skills of the individual players and the teamwork that they have together. And then there's another bar. Let's have a look at the bar. You got anywhere you want to go, there's a bar. Let's go up. We're gonna go up. What's up? That makes sense. Let's go see the entrance. Obviously, when you see the entrance, if you're coming to it, you're going to see it from the other way. So in a lot of ways, this is the exit, but it doubles as an entrance. Now, yet another escalator. They don't skimp here. Watch your step. And this goes presumably all the way up. And here we go. And this is a big screen. Security hard at work. Oh God, Mark, shut up. Let's go out onto the street. And then this is a street. It could be any street in Melbourne, but it's not. What street is it? Caledonia Lane. But it could, no, it's come to Caledonia Lane, and then that's what you want to be looking for. The Fortress, the green F, and that tells you you're on Caledonia Lane. You see that, you know you're in the right place. You know you're near Fortress. Because have you ever had a bad time at Fortress? We haven't been, so how would you know? You should just come, it's good.
Oh, a big vehicle
see, here's
action.
that helicopter action we were clamoring for.
Landing on the...
Oh, it's Chopper v Chopper here. Eric
Well, you
Banner.
would come to this. Oh!
I can't. I downed him with the helicopter.
A fantastic helicopter projectile. There's an incredibly insensitive joke I want to make, and I'm not going to do it.
Wow.
We even had a slow-mo replay. Look at that.
Yeah, that's a hot rod if ever I've seen one. That is like
Absolutely.
Eric Banner's career after that film. It's blowing up after Chopper.
Oh, okay, right. It was a
real
Hulk of
Hulk.
a move. Yeah, okay.
That is the best thing I've seen all day.
All right, this is... Oh, that's a fantastic shot as well. I don't want to give the awards out too quickly in succession, but that was a really great shot from a long distance over the other side of a stadium.
Too bad. I'm doing it. That's the sharpshooter. It's got
All
it.
right. Nicely
Damn.
done. The length of a drop punt wins the sharpshooter award. Match.
Oh,
Hello.
butt shot.
Okay.
That's a low blow. Ring the bell. That's a low blow.
That's a low blow,
That's
baby.
an
Get
That's a low blow.
Don't get much lower than that.
Close enough you can smell it. Well done. To road ends.
Ooh,
There's a precision airstrike incoming too.
Oh, that's a big bang.
Oh, that is a very large bang in my opinion. I would call it a big bang.
Man prone in the back of a car getting blown up by an airstrike.
Man, that's how I want to go. So this might be an opportunity for a hot rod. I'm personally gonna give one out if I think any of this driving is cool.
Well,
hell yeah, that's hot rod, baby.
No, that's
crashing
not
into
a
that
hot
wall
rod.
and getting into an Austin Powers situation where they couldn't back out. That's a hot rod as far as I'm concerned. Combatants like Ramsey here who we're following, who has plenty of armor to stock up on here, so is very wisely doing that.
Oh, I love this.
Oh, that's a sharpshooter. It's got to be.
That's a sharpshooter. Oh my god, that's a sharpshooter award.
That was a fantastic headshot. And look at the people in the control room there paying attention to us. Sharpshooter bursting on screen. We're back up in the hills, I think.
He's gotten a rib removed so that he can use self-revive. That's good.
Tommy justifying having been quiet for a
2.5 hours.
All right, I'm giving away a low blow award for that call. Throw it on the screen. Seth Sentry is going to win the prize, but
yeah, I think a low blow is fair as well because this Woods play did kind of tickle me before, even though it is a legitimate way to play the game.
Yeah.
Let's call it, baby. It's a low blow for just lying there waiting to die behind the tree.
Yep. Very nice. Well done, Seth.
Terrifying people who I would cross the street to avoid.
Like the Home Alone kid.
Yeah,
see that
and this was the
trailer?
ending. I think, there's the self-airstrike that we missed.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, very nice.
Glad we awarded that.
Yep.
That's
It definitely deserved the post award. You know, taking someone down, nut shots, good for getting your prizes.
Right in the prizes.
How many in that car? Just be careful.
Do we want to? Can we have a little example of what it looks like when we give out one of those awards?
Okay.
So people know what to look out for.
Well, there's an airstrike coming in, so
There you go.
Big bang
that's a big
from the
bang.
airstrike.
Bazinga! That's a big bang.
Big Jono and Jalen both down, but Daytime Driller with 14 kills too, so they're doing incredibly well for scoring, even if they don't, even if they get knocked out at this point.
Very good chance.
But they're
that's a sharpshooter. Let's give that
That's
one
a
away
sharpshooter. I'm happy
to Daytime Driller.
Daytime Driller, you're shooting
Incredible
sharply.
reflexes.
Look at that.
Nicely done.
Look at that confetti.
Now, Mr. Sheffield's skin in Fortnite would be amazing.
Let's keep a lookout for some sharpshooting or some big bangs here, because we want to give out some more prizes. That's sharpshooting. That's a sharpshooter.
That was sharpshooting.
Right there. Chuck in a sharpshooter award for Jinx. Very nice stuff there. And
Aaron Danath, pretty,
yeah.
That's an impressive one.
So
big F.
That's
Loyal
a big F. What do you
company,
think
man.
the F stands for, boys? I reckon it might stand for Fortress. What award can we give out? Let's give out a low blow for
That's
this
a low
high
blow.
ground. Incredible building.
So it looks as yeah, Mighty Duck's been found under the stairs like an
Sharpshooting there from Insta. Very sharpshooting. That's a sharpshooter award if ever I've seen one.
Sharpshooter for Insta for killing Harry Potter in his bedroom.
Destroying. Oh, Voldemort's down. Yeah, okay. So they've come in for the on the offense and Duke the Duke couple lot.
I would certainly say that player has come in on the offense. Based upon their name, thank you very much.
They've thankfully been eliminated from the game, so we don't have
Makes
to worry
it easier
about them
for us.
anymore.
You know what, Nash? For being able to do that, thank you very much. That is a low blow. Well
That's
done,
a low
Nash.
blow, Nash. Thank you.
A
It's
low
sort of
blow
a
for
reverse
Nash.
low blow, yeah.
Yeah, taking the high road in this particular case.
That's the Dursleys' house? Is that their name?
Yeah, Dursleys.
Yep.
Okay. What a big Harry Potter head.
Now this.
This is a.
Yeah,
can we give out another award?
Yeah,
so
that's a hot
quickly?
rod.
That's a hot rod for sure.
That's a hot rod award. They do it doughies in the car park.
Yeah.
Absolutely love to
Love
see it.
this.
That's hearing a player called Pooh honking that horn really got me.
Tasty and toasty goat.
A lot more caution in this particular game as I see a car drive off a cliff, which for me is a hot rod move. I don't know what player it was, but Toad Slayer's in my view, so congratulations, Toad Slayer.
No, you can't. You can't give it to him.
These are arbitrary.
Hello and welcome to the Week 1, Game Day 1 of the Fortress House Cup 2022, Season 1.
Fantastic day today. I'm excited to be here in a venue like this one. How can you not be pumped up for a bit of competition? The real killers are here, the real deal professionals. About to kick off Sweaty Gamers Live. Brought to you here by Fortress Melbourne. Presented by Telstra, supported by Alienware.
We've been playing a lot of Tetris today, and we've been talking about a lot of Tetris today.
With a 600-point lead. They are happy about that.
Can we get a combo?
Now,
Two liners right there.
banger.
That is not enough with just 4 seconds to go. And it's just dropping it in there, and it will be all
Not
over.
quite there. So many opportunities. I'm pumped up. I'm ready to go up at these finals. Let me tell you, we are blowing through the brackets. We've seen some skill on display. We are ready to go for the semi-finals and the grand finals of the day. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, we are live.
400 points, not enough to get that 1200 that you get from a Tetris, and also looking to drive that dagger in, gets that first round convincingly. Another Tetris coming, and Bing is taking an early lead in this. Whoa! 85-point difference. If Elso wins this, he will eliminate Bingers from the tournament, and it will be all over for him.
It looks like that might be it.
Elso will
Great
proceed to the grand finals.
I am excited to see who works away with the Grand Final Championship Cup.
Just
Wow. 5 seconds left. Another Tetris.
Another Tetris.
6.2 thousand lead in this round. 2-0. F1 with a stellar showcasing in that second round.
Style points. Look at this player go.
Oh, no, a misplacement. The look on Eldo's face. Oh, no, they're going to top out. This is such a precarious position. Really needs a light piece. A nice combo. They're going to take it back in the lead. Just saves it in time.
Is he going to put it in a 3? He does, and he says, I'm going to save that for later. If that was me, that's why I don't play this type of game. This is too much for me. My nerves ain't holding out.
These pieces for Elso are not good.
Oh, please, where's the line piece? Where's the line piece? No! Elso tops out.
That is all over.
That's going to be all over. The risk was taken, and it did not pay off. They worked their absolute heart out.
Game day 1, season 1, Fortress Cup 2022, first place champion, F1. And you can see the crowd, they loved it. Excited to be part of this awesome event. Fortress Melbourne, it's been absolutely fantastic.
This is the F, right? You're building it.
So that's the bottom of the F. That's
and then you're just going to edit these out? Wait, why? They're not going to see that.
I'm building the F. I'm building the F. Trust. Yeah.
Oh, you went that way. You went that way.
Actually, start
Hell yeah.
Right, keep going. Keep going.
Keep going.
Oh, hell yeah.
Go, let's see on top of it. Come.
Yeah. Okay.
We'll break the builds out once we get up. Just build it and we'll shoot it out.
Oh, hell yeah.
That's an incredible castle. It looks like something out of platformer or something. That's a big. What do you think the F stands for, boys? I reckon it might stand for Fortress. Let's give out a low blow for
That's a low blow.
Incredible building.
For appealing to the back of the room.
Yeah.
What's that dance? What does that dance?
Boom.
Let's go.
Oh, hell yeah.
Let's go.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
Show the default dance.
Default dance?
Okay, me and you got it.
It's fine. Oh, damn it. Let's die on our Fortress.
We'll die proud of our Fortress.
They're coming to look at our Fortress, man. How do we not have a pad after so many llamas? Do they not drop in llamas anymore? Okay, I need to get down or else I'm gonna die.
Come here. Just follow me, ready?
Oh, the F is
F
beautiful.
is kind of like botched out one side. Man, that F's way too big.
I'm look at this.
Oh my god,
Oh, hell yeah.
An F for fast speed. It's fast speed Fortress. It's my thing. Are you grenading it?
My name's Mark Bonanno. We're here at Fortress shooting content because everyone just wants content now. Disney Plus, slow down with the Star Wars. It's enough content. I have enough. We're here with AJ. Is that short for anything?
Ali.
Ali?
Yeah, Ali.
And where's the J? Is there a J in?
Yeah, there is a J. Joseph.
Okay, they call me MC, short for Jeremy. AJ?
Yes.
I'm just going to call you A because that just makes more sense considering your name. What is the game?
Medium.
Medium.
So essentially, we're just trying to read each other's thoughts.
Right, so how does rug and button align?
Exactly right. So, we have to think of one word that links the both.
That links rug and button.
Yep.
All right, ready? 1, 2, 3.
Very,
Diarrhea.
Very good.
Should we do it one more? Should we try another one?
Yes.
1, 2, 3. Diarrhea.
Oh, a good tactic.
I'm not very good at this game. We thought AJ was bad at this game. Turns out, all I want to say is diarrhea. It's a fun word, and I get it a lot. I'm so sorry. Anyway, well, thank you all so much. Thanks for saying hi. Thanks for being so sweet.
No, thank you very much for having us.
All right, see you.
See you later.
Have a free event, drink, enjoy your beverage card. You're so welcome. You're so welcome. Are these chips from a different venue? Are you sure? Are these Fortress chips? I don't believe you. I don't believe you.
Welcome back, everyone, to the final round for the 2022 Victoria State Catan tournament here at Fortress Melbourne, coming to you live at Alienware Arena. Luke, We're getting ready for this last round. I know you're excited. I'm pumped. You had a chance to talk to a few of the players over the break. Tell me what happened when you were talking to the players.
Yeah, totally. It was interesting, actually. Had a bit of a chat to the winner of the previous game that we were watching, and if you remember during the cast, I was saying, how is he when he's gonna get, maybe a couple of development cars, maybe a couple of settlements. No, longest road. I didn't see that coming, right? And I said, how'd you pull that off? And he said, I didn't see it coming either. So, I think it really shows the value of flexibility in the game and the ability to pivot your strategy as you're going along.
Yeah, and that's such a huge point, especially when we go into this final table. Like we talked about before the last break, we're going to see an entirely different board. It's going to be completely randomized. The players haven't seen it. It's going to be turned over tile by tile. So when you think, oh yeah, that might be a good spot, turns out that might not be a good spot later on, especially as you go. So for those of us that are just tuning in, we're going to the final 4. We had over 70 players start off. Now we're down to just 4. One of these players is going to be crowned the State of Victoria champ and go on to represent Victoria at the National Championships in Canberra in August. But there's a few other good prizes that come along as well.
Well, not only that, but then potentially go on to represent Australia in Malta.
That's what we want. You want to be able to pull up the flag and be able to go to represent the country for a game of Catan in Malta. How awesome would that be?
And the quality of play I've seen today, I don't see how any other state in Australia could match Victoria. We're pretty
Clearly,
good.
we're very biased about this. I understand. Yes, that's exactly right. Now, so there's awesome prizes available for 3 of our players here as well. They're going to be able to take home a digital package. The winner's going to take home $1,000 in travel expenses and a few other goodies as well. There's going to be board games for 2nd and 3rd and a few other goodies as well. But don't overlook the awesome gift that it is to just be back here playing board games. We're talking about this the whole day today. How good is it to be back here in Melbourne, in the CBD, at Fortress, to be able to play board games together?
Totally. To be able to get out of your home and to see people in 3 dimensions.
Imagine that.
Kind of strange.
Yeah. You're not muted. Yeah. You don't have to be able to talk to people through a screen. That's exactly right. Yeah. And be able to play board games. Don't miss out Wednesday nights here at the Fortress at 8 p.m. Board game nights always happening as well. So how is this game going to work? What is your strategy? What are you going to be able to do? What do you want to try to do differently as you go in, knowing that the stakes are as high as they're going to get tonight? What are you going to do differently, Luke?
Interesting. Well, the interesting thing is these final 4 players, every one of them won their first 2 games. Right?
There you go.
So what that means is that none of them have played against each other in this tournament so far.
Right.
So potentially these are all new players playing together for the first time. So there'll be a little bit initially of filling each other out, trying to get to understand how each other plays, and the table talk is going to be fun, right?
Yep.
So it'll be really interesting to see what's happening there. But other than that, the one difference between this and the preliminary rounds is that you don't get points for points. Here it's all about who comes first, who comes second, who comes third, who comes fourth, right? There's all to play for. There's those brilliant prizes, not to mention bragging rights. How good would it be to be able to go into work on Monday morning and say, my friends, you are looking at the Victoria State Championship of Catan.
I am the best in this state. No one is better than me. Yeah. That's really what you're saying. That's right.
And then they'll say, what's Catan? But, that sparks a whole nother fun conversation.
And that's why we're here, because we want more people to play Catan. We want more people to play board games. So you definitely want to get those bragging rights up.
Totally.
You made a really important point there that is worth teasing out a bit more, that of we're not playing just for points now. We talked about that a lot in the last game, whereas you just got to start getting some points up so you can try to be competitive in this last one. Now, yeah, you want points, but they're not as critical. Now you want the win. Now the win is everything for this. So,
and interestingly, what that could mean is that towards the end of the game, if there is a clear front runner, maybe you start saying it's not about blocking them, but if I'm in 3rd place, how do I block 2nd place and take that positioning from them? Maybe I can't win the game, but maybe I can take 2nd place. So there'll be a little bit of jockeying for position towards the end of the game. But at the start of the game, everyone's in it. Everyone's in it to win it. And so it'll be really fascinating to see the board layout initially to see how that looks.
I'm actually, if I'm one of the players right now, I'm so nervous about that desert being in the middle of the board right now. Oh man, I don't even want to have to think about it. To be able to do that and have to work around it, let alone the other players that are there as well. You're really hoping for a favorable board, or like we've talked about the whole day, a favorable position to choose from on that critical first settlement that you chuck out there. Before we get into the game, we start turning over the tiles. I know we're all looking forward. Let's tackle the big subjects. What's the best color to play in Catan?
Red.
Why red? No hesitation, Luke. You just said red.
Goes faster.
Okay, that's a strong point. Strong point. I got nothing for you on that one. You must be right because you said it so quickly and with such confidence. And I would agree with you. Red is actually the best. And if you have to, you take orange, but because it's a shade.
I think they've done scientific studies on it. Definitely the best Catan color.
Yeah, it's a little known fact that Mr. Tuber, who invented this game, favors red as well. So that's for you to keep in mind for later on. So we're here at the fortress. It's actually pumping out there right now.
Yeah.
It's really busy out there right now. The kitchen's still putting out food. There's still drinks happening as well.
There are people pouring in.
Yeah, coming in to play some games, whether it be the e-games or coming in to check out the last bits of the Catan tournament today. I'm surprised and I'm happy, really happy to see how many people have come out today.
Yeah, totally. I mean, this is the venue for it, right? This is where I feel at home, right? I'm amongst my people.
Absolutely. And if you can't be here, maybe you're in Sydney watching this game, well, guess what? Good news. Fortress is coming to Sydney.
No way.
Pay attention. I was just there on the weekend. I would have loved to check out a game, but I'll have to wait. It's coming in summer 2023. So for those of you in New South Wales, you don't need to travel so far. But in the meantime, if you can score a cheap flight, it's worth a trip over here to Melbourne to check out this fortress as well.
Very exciting. In Sydney.
In Sydney, yeah.
Oof. Well, let's just remember that Melbourne had it first.
Yes, that is an important point to point out to those of you in New South Wales. You're only second. So that's good. We don't want to talk about second. We want to talk about first place. Again, I'm thinking about what I'm doing if I'm drawing first. We always talk about that or. Is this the table? I mean, we'll have a better idea once the tiles are turned over. But is this going to be the time and place? Are you a risk taker on this last one or no?
Yeah, it's a good question. I think you have to, right? But look, let's have a chat about that when we come back. We're just going to have a quick break, and then we'll be back with the final table.
Talk to you in a minute.
go to Fortress. We're here in the arcade, which kind of rocks if I'm going to be honest. I broke both Mario Kart machines, and I don't know if anyone else can say that they've done that before. You got the drum machine, and then we have the hall over here. Wow. In the hall you can sit, you can play, you can eat, you can drink, you can have your fill. And if we come over here, gamers are hard at work trying to beat their high scores, so we don't want to disturb them. But here they are. And now come into the tavern. You can get a booth, you can play games. There's a guy, hey man, there's a guy with a loot, but there's people eating. Looks good. I'm sorry. You've got board games over there, which is so much. I don't know why I'm telling you, the cameraman knows, but you don't know. And you can sit, this is one of the many tables, which is just made of wood. It's just incredible. It's Mark Bonanno from I'm here at Fortress, and you're here at Fortress, and we're all here at Fortress. What the fuck is that? This is Jim. That's pretty good. What do you reckon of that? Should we go upstairs? Or do you want to see the toilet? No, you don't want to see the toilet. But the toilets are nice. I love a good toilet. Let's go upstairs. You seeing this? Where else are you going to see this shit? This is the escalator, which you can just stand on and it brings you up or down, your choice. And now we're going into the Alienware arena, where there is Alienware in an arena. The Alienware is a computer game company. They make computer, and here this is awesome. This is like a 250 seat esports arena. Look at this. Look at this. Every seat has its own little. Oh, and then you got. Can I get on the stage? I feel like a regular Shroud up here. You might not get that reference. He's a gamer. I mean, this is ridiculously cool. In my opinion, this is the Alienware arena where they verse each other. The people play the video games against each other in teams in front of a crowd, and the crowd cheer for who they want to win. And then we find out based on the skills of the individual players and the teamwork that they have together. And then there's another bar. Let's have a look at the bar. You got anywhere you want to go, there's a bar. Let's go up. We're gonna go up. What's up? That makes sense. Let's go see the entrance. Obviously, when you see the entrance, if you're coming to it, you're going to see it from the other way. So in a lot of ways, this is the exit, but it doubles as an entrance. Now, yet another escalator. They don't skimp here. Watch your step. And this goes presumably all the way up. And here we go. And this is a big screen. Security hard at work. Oh God, Mark, shut up. Let's go out onto the street. And then this is a street. It could be any street in Melbourne, but it's not. What street is it? Caledonia Lane. But it could, no, it's come to Caledonia Lane, and then that's what you want to be looking for. The Fortress, the green F, and that tells you you're on Caledonia Lane. You see that, you know you're in the right place. You know you're near Fortress. Because have you ever had a bad time at Fortress? We haven't been, so how would you know? You should just come, it's good.
Oh, a bit of vehicle
see, here's
action.
that helicopter action we were clamoring for.
Landing on the.
Oh, it's Chopper v Chopper here. Eric
You
Banner.
would have come to this. Oh!
All right, we're back, and it is time for the final of the Victorian Catan State Championships. Final match. What are we expecting, Blaine?
I'm actually expecting it's going to get very tight at the beginning. I think there's going to be some cautious play. I don't know that we'll see a lot of early blocking.
That
maybe.
last game was insane.
Right. So I'm thinking that maybe that might hold off a little bit. The players might try to preserve that table persona we've talked about a little bit to later on until the really aggressive stuff comes out. And I'm also expecting that the big trades will come later in the game. I think it'll be a lot of tight trading, one-for-one kind of stuff as well. Generally, when people get to an end of a tournament like this, they start to play a bit tight, play a bit more conservative. So I'm thinking that might happen. But a lot of it is going to depend, of course, on this layout that we're about to take out.
Yeah,
you know.
Yeah, can't wait to see this board, and the players will be hanging on it too. Like every game of Catan, so much of the outcome is dependent on your placement of your initial settlements, right?
So put a number on it for us, Luke. Are we talking 50% of the game? Some people say as high as 80% of the game is determined by that. I'm not saying I'm one. What do you think?
Yeah, it's interesting. I would definitely not go the 80. I'd say 50 even is a little bit generous, right? And it does come down to your ability to engage in table talk and trading and things like that. And but you know, if you're putting me on the spot, I'm going to say it's around 30 or 40%. Right?
It's a big chunk.
It's
a big chunk. So here we go. Speaking of that, we get all of our tiles coming out. Or on the edges.
So these are our final four players. We've got Trent, who we saw win that last game. We've got Damien, we've got Melanie, and we've got Alex.
And look at that early. Look at all that wheat down one side of the board.
Desert on the edge again.
Yeah, a friendly desert.
Resources for everyone. Look at all that wheat. Yeah.
All on one end of the board.
And wood.
And the forest is all on one spot.
Oh, look at this.
Okay. Wow, okay.
Everything is clumped.
So here we go.
Except for the ore.
Here we go. So the player who's first is actually the one who's been the highest points as a result of the tournament as well. So we're going to see what happens here. Now that the chits will start to come out and we'll see where these numbers drop. Oh, 6 on ore, right?
If that wheat near that ore gets a good number, that could be a good starting spot.
I think, yeah. Now take a look at Brick. The only way Brick's coming into this game is through 5, 4, and 11, which makes that 8, 5, 10 up there.
Very tasty.
Yep.
Yeah. I don't mind the 6, 9, 3. It's nice to have access to ore and wheat in combination.
Of course. Yep.
Because they're used so commonly together in the late game for those city builds and for those development cards.
Exactly. So we're seeing this just like you are at home, exactly as the players are. They're going to be given a moment or two to work this out, what they want to do. This is generally not a great time limit on this one. You do want to spend your time. You'll see the ports have just been shuffled up as well. They've been moved. Removed, and they'll be now replaced. What's going through your head here, Luke? What's the prime spot here?
Oh, this is tricky. This is such a strange board to look at and analyze. So, like any game, you want access to all resources, and if you can get that diversity and get all those resources in access through your starting settlements, that's ideal.
Yep.
That could be a little bit tricky to achieve in this game, just given how everything is so clumped together.
Yeah.
I'm thinking that getting ore and wheat together, that 693 is a great option. But thinking about ore, again, they're both on the coast. The 6 and the 8, both on the coast, which means that there's not a lot of great options for them. If you take the 693, then you don't have great options on that 6 spot again for ore. And then everyone else is fighting on the 8 spot, which again doesn't look great. It's got the, it doesn't have, like, it's got the 5 brick, which is decent, and the 10. So 5, 10, 8 is okay. But if someone takes that, then there's no other good ore spots that, or you are sacrificing one of your, access to a tile for your starting settlement.
And I need to apologize. I misspoke earlier. We're rolling off for first place. Looks like red has secured first pick. Looks like Alex is going to be our first pick, judging by him holding the dice. And it's interesting too, going back to these tile layouts, when you've got all the wheat clumped together, all the wood clumped together, for example, your first and second settlements are becoming really, really important in that number diversity. But being able to get different resources is just so huge now, right? Because it's just dropping it on 8-10-4, for example, or even 9-10-5, one of my sneaky favorites. If I ever see a 9-10-5, I like to grab that one because those are sort of the hidden gems of the game often. They still roll very frequently, like we talked about in our first match. But that's just a lot of wheat. So if I'm doing that, then I got to look at that 6-9-2, or if you take a look at that 2 pasture at the top where the sheep is, that's where the wheat port is. Will you set yourself up intentionally on a resource that's going to drop often, even something as ugly as the 6-5-11, 6-5-12, and then try to snag the wood port?
Mate, that is a really good point. Wheat is going to be plentiful in this game. There's plenty of it around there. There's all good pips on all of the wheat spots.
Yeah.
So that wheat port could become valuable if you place on the 639. You could end up getting easy access to that wheat port.
Yeah. Looks like Alex is a little bit closer to his first settlement. Let's see where he goes. If you're picking first, where did you say you're going, Luke?
Me being the great Catan player I am, I'm picking 693.
Yep.
But we've got Alex going for the 5-10-8, which I think is another strong position. That was probably my number 2 pick.
Yeah, I'm probably just the inversion of what you said. For me, I'm doing the exact same thing as Alex.
You're aligned with the champion.
Yeah.
And I'm aligned with the people who are not winning Catan championships.
We shall see. We shall see. You and I have made a bevy of mistakes today, my friend.
Oh, we have, haven't we?
We've picked a few real doozies today.
Well, I've learned a lot.
And we will trust the people who are playing down there, that they know what they're doing, because of course they do. Now, Melanie's got to think long and hard. Sometimes second is a really hard pick, right? Because you lose that prime first pick. And
the great skill here is to think about what's going to be left for me when it comes back to me.
Exactly.
Right?
Exactly.
So if you're second, you say third and fourth place, there's going to be 4 settlements between them. Where are they placing those?
Correct.
And then what's going to be left to me? Because again, you want to think about, am I going to be able to get access to all resources? Am I going to be able to get good diversity? What's my positioning on the board going to be like?
Yep. And there we go. There's that 693 that drops. So orange and white, they're watching, right? Normally you're playing third and fourth. You're watching. You're like, okay, I would like that one, but if I can't, I'll take this.
Yeah, so you're worried about ore now.
Yeah.
So maybe one thing you think about is, well, if I'm not placing a starting settlement on ore, maybe I'm placing one in proximity to expand to one of those good ore spots.
Yep.
You if you bet that no one's going to place an initial settlement on the 8-3, then maybe you go for something like the 6-4-3. You get some resources for initial roads to get position on the board, and then you have space to potentially expand up to that 8-3.
Yep.
That said, ore is going to be at such a premium in this game.
Yeah.
I think there's a potential that we're going to see some really interesting places here, interesting placements on spots that don't produce a lot of resources but do give that critical ore.
Yeah, I think so too. And these ports are going to play an important part of this game.
Yeah.
If you get stuck on one side of the map or even hemmed in by the other players, having a way to trade, having an outlet for your own resources, it might be your only pathway forward. For mine, to put an initial settlement at any time, whether it's the home game on Saturday night or in a tournament, to put one anywhere on a desert, I'm just loath to do it. I hate the idea of not getting maximum resources or maximum number portfolio. I'm just vehemently against it. But if I can get myself into a spot, for example, it looks like Orange is going to try and build up that sneaky little spot I mentioned before, doubling down on some wheat, and then get a yellow, and then if he were to drop on that 6-3 wheat port at the top, 6-2, sorry, wheat port at the top, then maybe I'd be willing to lose a number. But I just hate to give myself less opportunity if I can. Now Damien, our white player, the player's playing in the white token, he's got to figure out what he's going to do. He gets 2 in a row. I don't mind playing from 4th. Do you like playing from 4th?
It's good because you get to plan out what your starting resource is going to be.
Exactly.
Right? And often that means an early road, an early way to get good board positioning over other players. But obviously you're missing out on the top 3 spots on the board. So again, it's one of those things that comes down to, are there good spots left on the board? And we're looking at there's that 8-10-4 there, which has good wheat production. Get some, that's I think where he's headed.
Yep, grabbing that wheat too.
Yep. And then what else are you looking for on top of that? You know, you're missing the ore, your brick, and your sheep. Where do you reckon you get that from?
I don't know. There he goes.
There's our answer.
There's your answer. And now that makes it really interesting, because the traditional wisdom is you want to snag a road on your settlement if you can, or a dev card. That's always juicy to be able to start yourself off with a dev card. That's not going to happen because of where blue is placed and where orange is done. There's no way to get a dev card on your second development. But the only other way to get a road now becomes this 6, 11, 12, and boy, to get 11, 12 on your
that said,
your early
that 12 is about as valuable a 12 as you're ever going to see in a game of Catan.
Good point. Good point.
The interesting thing is we did see white place on that spot to be able to expand to that 8-3 spot. But again, I don't think it's out of the realm of the possibility that we see a placement there from one of the 2 remaining players.
So orange already has 9, 5, 10, double wheat and wood. He's got no ore, no brick. Maybe actually dropping 6, 5, 11, or sorry, 6, 11, 12 isn't an awful idea for him. I mean, he has no sheep. Look at sheep, your favorite, mate. Look at 9, 10, 11 up there. Actually becomes pretty important.
Yeah.
Oh, he does it.
Yeah, there we go. That is a bold move. To be starting on a spot which only gives you 7 pips of production really speaks to the value of ore in this game.
Yeah. That's a big move. It's a big move on the final table, eh? But I mean, if it pays off for him, he's just going to be, potentially pulling in ore and wheat like mad. That hex is gone now, right? So no one else can get onto that.
Yep. There's a spot at the corner in the ocean, but good luck getting to it.
And look, a little bit of conflict, shots fired. as we see the road. Now we got a race between orange and white getting out to the harbor. Let's see what Melanie, our blue player, does.
Now white starts with that road, so they're ready. They're locked and loaded. Orange does not start with the road, so unfortunately for Orange, I think they've lost that battle before it began.
It's interesting. I mean, everyone does generally not move inland. Usually you'll see road placements at the beginning go towards the coast. But everyone's pointing it away. It might be an opportunity to do something inland or towards the center of the island.
It's where the remaining high production spots are. But like you're alluding to, it's so easy to get trapped with those inland placements. And then, if you need longest road, you've really got to invest heavily early to be able to prevent being blocked. Otherwise, you can kiss that goodbye.
So you're taking a look at the map and just look at Brick. Brick, it does look difficult for Brick to come out of this game. Red's got that great spot with ore there as well, but to rely on 4 and 11 to produce it makes it difficult in the early phases of the game. When you need roads, you got to get going.
Completely right, which is making that that first placement that Red made on that 8-10-5 look really, really good. It's got that rare brick and that rare ore all in that one placement.
Yep.
And again, it's just showing why I'm not playing at that table.
So Melanie's made her choice. She's snagged that 6, 11, 12, sort of banking on the fact that it's going to give her a road to start the game. It's interesting because it's doubled down on 6, right, for her? So every time 6 drops, she'll get something. Even if she's blocked on one, she'll get something from the other.
Can't be blocked on both, yeah.
And she's got a road. So where's she going to use that road? If you're Melanie, if you're blue, if you've got that road in your pocket right now. I mean, orange, we're pretty much assuming that he's going to block white with his road in pocket. But what's...
Yeah.
If you're blue, where are you going with that road?
There's no great urgency for blue at the moment. So blue's really just got to think it's not about the next road, it's about the next 2 or 3 roads.
Yeah.
Where does she want to build to? Where's her next settlement, ideally? Because she's got a lot of space on the board. Well, some of it's been taken up by red now. But she's got a bit of space to expand into. So the one thing that she doesn't have at the moment is sheep. So maybe she thinks about the 9-10-2.
Yep. And there you have it, folks. The last of the first settlements are done. We can start. This game's about to go, man. We're ready to rock. Let's do this thing. Have to say, we talked about it a little bit with how relatively friendly and balanced the initial 2 games were, and that's fantastic. It's always nice to be able to do that, even by virtue of having the Rob Road here. Anticlimactically, it looks like our red players rolled a 7 to start the game. So here we go. Let's just pick someone to start a fight with. But I love that element of this game, Luke. The almost infinite replayability of this game just by shuffling up some hex cards.
Every game is so different, isn't it?
Just a brilliant, brilliant design.
Another interesting thing, again, thinking about the rarity of ore here, Melanie in blue can potentially put down 2 more settlements on that 6th spot, right?
Yeah.
And that's going to be really valuable to trade. But you do that and you can guess where every second robber placement's going.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. So then, if we follow that line of reasoning all the way through, where's the ore port in this game? Is it down there, underneath her 12? If so, if that's actually the ore port, can't quite pick that up. I think it is because I believe the sheep is this one over here to the right, underneath the 11. If she's got that, if she can build up, if blue can build up that 6.
I think you're right. I think you're right for those times when if you've got an ore in your hand and it's excess, in this game, you're looking to get 2 for 1 for it, right?
Oh, yeah.
So it's for those times when other players don't want to play ball, and you can just say, all right,
Fine.
just ship it off at the port.
So we've got a dev card in the pocket now. Looks like our first dev card purchased by Red. A very quick fire back. And there's the road.
Yeah. Looks like she's aiming at that 9-10-2 spot.
Boy, consider this. We'll wait for when the camera pans back out again. But when you take a look at that 9, that means if blue builds on 9-10-2, that's doubling down again on the number 9 because she's already got. Oh, sorry, I misspoke. But if she can get that, then that's another port down below that she can trade 2 for 1 with potentially as well.
With a wheat port.
Up above. Sorry, I misspoke. The one above.
Yeah.
If she can pull that one off and move up, then she gets that 6. Obviously, she'd put a settlement on the 6 too, which gives her the ability to trade. That could be a really, really strong ladder position in the game. But it is a balancing act, right? About building towards endgame this early on. We're only a couple rounds in.
It's only the most talented players who can plan that far in advance. But yeah, at the moment, every player is just thinking about ore and brick. How do I get both of them?
Yeah.
And in the early game, you need roads. So it's that brick that's going to be really at a premium. So getting that early development card then, there can be some value in that. You can, if you draw a robber, which is a knight. What are they called? Knights?
Yes.
Which is the most common.
Yeah.
You can use that to target red for a brick or whoever has a brick.
Yep.
Or if you get road building, you don't need your brick. Or if you get Year of Plenty, then you take a couple of bricks. So development cards can be good early on to compensate for that lack of brick.
I rarely disagree with buying development cards. I'm a big fan of dev cards. I think a lot of them are, especially early on as well. In reality, any time of the game, but early on, it's one of those almost deterrents that you can just place that confidently face down. I'm going to sit on that till later. People start getting nervous. They start getting antsy.
Yeah.
Boy, that hasn't played that dev card in a long time.
Yeah.
I wonder what that is.
Yeah, you can use it as, maybe don't place the robber on me. I've got
This is coming at you.
Got a knight here, locked and loaded.
Yep. There we go. We got a score. So red gets a settlement up.
Five, 6, 11.
Robber's on the move.
That really boosts their wood production, now ahead of their brick production, so no longer a bottleneck there.
And look, blue quick to respawn with some points as well. Dropping a settlement in.
Yeah. 9-10-2. So what's left now in terms of spots for production? You look at that gap around the 10, 11, 3. Not everyone likes sheep as much as I do. So, I think the board is pretty much saturated.
Yeah.
You're looking at the spots around the edges now. So maybe orange and red are thinking about, with ore being so valuable, do we race each other for that spot?
Yeah. Look, if I'm red, then I'm immediately building over to that 10-11-3. I'm not too worried about the ore port at this exact second from orange because I've got a stake in that claim. But I want to get that over there because you can actually loop around and start getting, not only locking up that last resource production spot, but then you're also got a serious shot at building a very long road that
longest road,
that no one can come after you for, because you can fork your way out away around that 5 hex at the top and just keep building and no one will touch you. So even though, for me, I'm blocking out white as quickly as I can, I'm building 2 roads in rapid fire succession and getting into that 10-11-3. Even if I don't have the resources to build a settlement, I just don't want anyone to get into that spot before me.
Everyone's a contender at the moment. Everyone is 2 roads and a settlement away from taking that exact same spot.
Yeah.
So who's going to go for it? Who needs it more? So Red's got the sheep production, right? But like you said, that's kind of a critical link if they're planning that longest road.
Yeah.
Everyone else is maybe a little bit short on sheep production.
Look, Damien wouldn't be opposed to it, our player in white, because even though it's doubling down on 10, it gives him that advantage of every time 10 drops, he's going to get something. And he's already got himself a few roads lined up there. That's not a bad spot for him to think about. But like you say, it's so even right now. If I'm orange, am I building back towards that? Oof, I don't know. For me, I'm orange. I'm building a city on 10-9-5 as my first little point of order. I need to get that ironed out. And then potentially with the benefit of a city there, I can think about challenging red for a port on that 8.
Now the other thing to think about here is, again, those ports, right? And for those resources that are in abundance, if you can get access to those ports, suddenly they become a little bit more valuable to you.
Absolutely.
And you can start thinking about either, investing in production in those areas yourself and really trying to vie for those spots that might be less valuable to other players, or you can start to accept trades for that resource. And the one maybe the 2 I'm thinking about in particular here are wheat and wood. So if you've got less brick in the game, wood, being a complement for brick becomes less valuable.
Yeah.
So suddenly, the value of it is in trade. Now, where do we see the wood port? Is that up against the 8 ore?
Yeah, it's up here by the 8 ore.
Yeah. Right. And red's got decent wood production, so and a road header there already. So maybe red can start to think about a game built around trading a lot of that wood at the port.
Luke, look at some of the things that have been going on while we've been talking. White's expanded out, built a couple extra settlements, now has done that move, drove in into that 10-11-3
really
spot.
staked a claim.
Blue, city, up on 6, the 6 ore up there. Big move from blue to get that into that spot.
Yeah.
Which I love. I just love that spot. You always feel good getting a city on the board.
Definitely.
Early on, right?
And with that extra ore and wheat production, that means more cities. So, we can expect blue to start thinking about probably putting a city down on the 6, 12, 11
Yep.
Next, and then quickly followed by the 2, 9, 10.
Yeah. And there we go. Red's made it clear what he's up to. If you're orange, how do you fight back into this? Been stymied by white.
Well, on the 8, 3, they're not getting out of there. They are trapped.
Yep.
They basically think, if I'm white, I'm basically writing off that settlement at the moment. I'm really focused on what I can do around my 9, 10, 5 settlement.
Yep.
So where do you expand from there? You look at that you look at the 9 and 12. What is that port there? Is that a...
I believe this is our ore port.
Ore port, okay.
Yeah.
That's not super valuable.
No, not when you're banking on a 12 to get it.
So where does Orange go from here? They're in a really awkward position, aren't they?
Look, from a number resource point of view, there's a future there in dev cards. We got to see Trent play at the last table, and we know he's not opposed to buying cards as well. You see a few of the other contestants who've hung around here at Alienware Arena to check out the action of the final table. But yeah, he's staked his claim. He's put all of his eggs into that ore, wheat, and to a lesser extent sheep basket with the position of those settlements. So Orange has to just start buying dev cards. He's got one down there now. But for me, I'm all about the dev cards from here on in. I'll citify what I can, but I don't know if there's a whole lot of expansion just because he's going to be struggling. He's got wood there, but he's going to be struggling to make a lot to happen with that, I think.
Yeah, critically, there's no... there's a city down.
There it is.
That was kind of inevitable.
Yeah.
He's really got to see what he can do with trades from this point forward. He has no access to brick.
Yeah. And the frustrating part for him could be, depending on how everyone starts going with their social game here, when you have that city there, it makes you look bigger than you are. The reality is, oh, well, you've got a city, so I don't feel bad sticking the robber over there on that 10 or that 9 for you.
Yeah.
But the reality is like, hold on, he's a little bit behind. Not far off by any means, but a little bit behind.
Yeah. And Melanie's actually managed to get 3 settlements and a city on the board already. So
I think that 6 has really paid off. She's doubled down on 6. It's dropped a lot in the game.
Great start for her.
All right, looks like Damien's building in that 10-11-3 spot. Okay, so he's grabbed that spot, but all of his settlements are now in play. He's got no more. So his only way forward now is to upgrade or go for road building, which he's only one off from having that.
And again, he's at the mercy of having no ore. So got to find a trading partner for that ore, or get it, or he's got to trade to the bank.
Yeah.
He does have a lot of wheat production. Maybe. See, the trouble is, if you're trying to build cities, you don't want to be trading wheat for ore.
You can't. Yeah.
Kind of defeating the purpose.
Yep.
Maybe the sheep pastures will win in the game.
Yeah, I know you'll feel justified, my friend. You'll feel...
Mate, I am going to love it
Yeah.
if sheep... all I want to see now is just a lot of 10s, 11s and 3s.
Take
roll.
that, internet. Take that. Everyone who's hating on the sheep. Don't you be hating on sheep. So Melanie's actually our blue player. She's sitting on a lot of cards there. Robert hasn't moved in a while. And it's interesting because Alex, our red player, has had a dev card for a while.
And yeah, it looks like Melanie is targeting that 6-2 spot as well. Again, you know, given just how much of a premium ore is at, good option.
For blue to have that many points this early in the game relative to the other players, does she need to start building roads, or can she just sit there and just start popping down cities and buying cards? Does she need to go anywhere?
Well, she's got to think about her full path to victory. So her next settlement, I think that's going to be a 6-2.
Yep.
Maybe she then starts building around to the other side of that 6 tile, and then really just doubles down on trying to get cities down.
Yeah.
The trouble she'll have is just getting the wheat to do that.
But if she builds a settlement on that 6-2, that is a wheat. Ah, sorry. It's blocked actually, isn't it? Underneath that, the robber right now.
Yeah, yeah.
I was noticing that earlier as well. If you take a look around the board, a lot of the tiles have, there we go. This is the anti-point to what I was just about to say. A lot of the tiles are shared. So the robber's going to move, I would say, a little bit more often than it might, because you don't want to put it down anywhere near you. You want to get it away from you until someone sticks their nose out in front a little bit, as blue has, and then, you know, owning that ore spot is going to cop a little bit of attention.
Exactly right, and this is where it comes back to, if I'm tossing up between different players to target, I'll often just place it on the one where it's only affecting a single player.
Yeah.
Because then there's only one player at the board who has an incentive to move that robber potentially back onto you.
And that fits in well with tournament final table strategy as well, where it's like, well, if you're out there winning, I don't want that to happen. I want to win. So red's added to his score, building that settlement over there on 8.
Yeah. Yeah.
And look at that, number 2. Snake Eyes gives a sheep.
The mighty sheep. Yeah, she's got options. She's got, funnily enough, she's got very good, comparatively good brick production. She's got access to to wood. She has the potential resource production to think about longest road. The trouble is, where does she build the roads?
Yeah.
She's not linking up her 2 sets of settlements. So given that maybe she's thinking about building at least one more settlement around that 6 tile, probably 2. Maybe she loops a road around there.
Yep.
And then sees where she can send it. I think she's got good options there.
Yeah.
Who else might challenge for longest road, do you think?
Look, I'm looking at white. You have to look at how Damien's playing. He's even though he has the 2 roads spent on the west side or left-hand side of the board, just the fact that he's already got 4 in a row right there.
Yeah.
You know, now he can't go any further than 2 down towards the left-hand side or further inland. He'll never get more than 2 on that. And then the next time, his only other reasonable option to build anywhere to get length and purely length, but no genuine value, is building around the desert.
Yeah.
So there's a huge investment in there. So I'm cautious if I'm him. I think that's probably another reason why he hasn't built the 5th one.
Yeah.
If he's had the resources, he's wise to not play it because it's already pointing a target on his back and he's already got his settlements on the board.
Yeah, yeah.
Then people go, whoa, you've got 5 plus the 2. Oh, I'm going to start targeting you or making sure you don't do anything. But that's not true. It's not a true score, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
By holding down to the longest road. So I do
Doesn't
like that
matter
move that
until
he
the
hasn't.
game's over.
Correct. And it can go, like you say, if Blue decides to start going on a road building warpath, then he can't keep it.
Hmm. He's got very good wood production.
Yeah.
He's got decent brick. But yeah, like you said, where does he go?
Yeah. So we're approaching what is likely about halfway through the game, Luke. Tell me your best ever win in playing Catan, a time when you've been, whether it be snatching victory from the jaws of defeat or coming from behind, have you been able to pull down a giant victory that you're so proud of?
I'm potentially revealing something here that's going to come back to bite me. But you remember how we talked about the Monopoly card earlier? And we talked about evil and very evil.
Right. This is a very evil?
This is very...
Is it thrown card? Like card throwing very evil?
There were no thrown cards.
Okay, all right.
But there wasn't a lot of eye contact afterwards.
Okay, that sounds like you got unfriended a little bit on Facebook after this one. So tell us what happened.
I was unfriended in real life. It was, it was just trading away all of that ore, which everyone needed. Everyone wanted cities. Have some ore. Have all of my ore. What have you got for it? I'll take anything. I'm such a nice guy. Here's a Monopoly card. Now give me all that ore back.
Did you win it on that move?
Yes.
See,
yes.
Well,
yes.
You can be annoyed at that, but you can't be mad. It's a winning move. It's a winning. You gotta respect it. It's a winning move. I might have thrown my cards at you, but I'd still have to respect it.
It's so satisfying when you do it, but to everyone else, it's oof.
Yeah. So
you suck the mojo out of them.
Yeah. And when you say, "All right, guys, I'll see you next week for game night," and there's crickets and tumbleweed, you know you've burnt those bridges. That's right.
What about you, mate? What sticks out in your mind?
I think I mentioned at the beginning of the game how much I really, truly loathe not having a diverse portfolio. Whether it's a crutch for myself, I don't know, but I really am resistant to putting, for example, where Orange put his on the 8-3 desert, or building out on a port to start the game. Even though I've seen many people win with that, I've always been anti. But on one particular occasion, did exactly that. Imagine there was a grain port, we'll say, right next to where White has his 2 on 8-10.
Mm-hmm.
Imagine if that was a grain port, and that was grain, and I just doubled down completely, put 2 on that and the grain port as well, thinking this will either be great or it'll be terrible. And it was terrible for most of the game until 8 dropped about 10 times in a row, and I just went off buying dev cards, and no one could do anything about it.
Brilliant.
Because I just kept trading them all away. So it's not a strategy I'd recommend, and certainly not in tournament play, but for just having a bit of fun, that was a good come from behind.
Can make you feel so rich just holding that massive hand of cards.
I don't mind saying I was parted with a few of them by the robber. And there we go. There's a 2-for-1 trade.
I think we're going to see a lot of that in this game, just given the rarity of brick and ore.
And we've seen sort of, maybe not a pause, but maybe a slowdown in the momentum here. People are starting to realize this is kind of where I am on the island.
So last game, we did it towards the end of the game, and I said, tell me who's going to win.
Oh, boy.
And you picked red from memory.
Yeah.
I picked my boy Trent there.
You did.
And he came out on top. And I picked him and I stated my reasons and I was right for the wrong reasons. Let's do it again. Who's going to win?
So early.
So
Luke,
early,
why?
isn't
Luke,
it?
Why? It's so early.
For to track it through the game.
All
mate.
right. All
Let's
right.
see.
Look, boy, oh boy. Who are you leaning towards? I need a moment to stall. I got to stall. I got to think about
all
it.
right.
Who are you leaning towards?
I've got Melanie. I think she's just got so many options.
Yep. All right. So I was leaning towards blue. Since you've said Melanie, I'm gonna just to change it up and make it spicy. I'm gonna go with white. I'm gonna say
Righto.
Damien has a genuine chance at it, just because he's all over the board right now. He's got in different spots. I like his numbers as well.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go with white and see if he can convert a few of those settlements up into cities. Then everyone's gonna start sweating a bit. So
Yeah, he's got good variety, doesn't he?
of course these picks that we've made are non-binding. And I can completely back out of this at any time. We've already established I can make a mistake in this game.
Melanie's my girl. She is. I'm backing her from here out. I
All right.
reckon she's going to take it.
This is for the state championships. So let's see if she can take it home. I'm sure Trent, Damien, and Alex have something else to say about that.
Yeah.
So let's see how it goes.
And Trent, after that previous game where he dominated, just really solid throughout the game, starting a little bit behind in this one. He's in a really tricky situation at the moment.
Yeah. I get the impression, I mean, he's sitting on a stack of dev cards. You can kind of see from that panel at the top there. He does have a few cards. So it's possible, I mean, it looks like at least 3 that he has. So if I'm him, I'm pretty sure there's at least a victory point in there, but he just hasn't played any knights.
Yeah.
So here's a question for you then. At what point do you start playing the knight even though the robber's not on you? Knowing full well that the robber was actually blocking the person who you just picked to win, for example.
Yeah. So the tricky thing about that is that they don't count unless you play them. Right?
As one of our players found out in the last game that we were doing, right?
And so if you start hoarding them later in the game, you're going to start wanting to play them pretty quickly. You might run out of time to play them all.
Yep.
Or alternatively, suddenly you pick up a Monopoly or a Year of Plenty or something that you want to play over that. And you're faced with the decision between do I play Year of Plenty and get the resources I need, build this city, or do I get this robber down to keep the largest army?
Yeah.
So it's one of those things where I'm okay if I've got one in reserve, particularly earlier in the game. If I've got 2 knights in reserve, that's when I start thinking, all right, who's got a resource that I need?
Yeah. 2 is too much. 1 is perfect. You can sit on that one for a little while. But it is an interesting thought. Again, we have only a limited view of what numbers come up there. And there we go. He plays a knight, sort of answering our topic, but still going after blue, no doubt.
Yeah.
Yep. He had to get it into play.
Yeah, and he's now built a settlement down on the 912. And I think that's he really doesn't have a lot of options. You know, if I'm him, I'm looking at maybe building another settlement on that 9. Really hoping you get a lot of wheat, and then going back to blue, back to Melanie, and saying, "Hey, now that you have access to that wheat port, you want to trade some wheat with me?"
And it's a bit of a shame for Trent, for our orange player here, because the 8-3 one by the desert, he's got no place to build on that. That's done. All he can do is make that into a city. He wants to upgrade that, and I'm sure he does want to upgrade that actually, and get some ore coming through. Red's got a vested interest in not having the robber there, but he's going to have to build a settlement on that 9 just to take a point.
Yeah.
Which is going to point what on his back? All those players go, oh, even if it's not reasonable or rational, it looks like, oh, he's sitting on a heck of a lot of wheat down there.
He's in just such an awkward position at the moment, blocked out in so many different areas.
He's still got 2 dev cards up his sleeve.
Hmm.
I would hope and expect at least one of that as a victory point, but if he can upgrade a couple more, if he can get 2 more cities, that's 6 points, plus something up his sleeve, he might be just like last game and come from behind again.
Well, the saving grace is that he has access to ore and wheat.
Yeah.
Which he is desperately going to need to put cities down. If he builds another settlement, if anything, the settlements are going to be where he's going to struggle. Where's he going to get the brick from?
Yeah.
If he puts another settlement down on that night, converts all of his settlements into cities, has 4 cities on the board, he's only 2 away.
Yeah.
So that's where development cards can really be the thing that gets you over the line.
Yeah, for sure. Speaking of which, watching Red pick up another one. It's one of those things, when buying development cards can also be, as we've talked about, can be the arms race as well when you're starting to watch other players do it. You know, they have something, I better do something about that as well. Even a little bit of good old healthy dose of FOMO in there. Oh, everyone else has one, maybe I should.
And looking at the screen, it's saying no knights down. Do we have no knights down?
I don't believe they've been played yet. Yeah.
Right.
Oh, sorry. Trent's needs to be updated. Trent actually has one in play. He's got one.
Ah, so he does.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But like you said, one is just one of those ones where you gotta get it out there. Once he has the second one, once he has a second one in play,
yeah,
then people will start to really pay attention.
Yeah.
So Melanie's managed to get the robber off of herself, elected to put it on Damien and stymie his wheat.
Let's take a look at Red for a second here. He's creeping up. Can he sneak some roads through to connect up all of his settlements?
Well, he's going to have to build a lot of roads.
He really will, right?
Yeah.
See, if he can get one towards there, right, then he's got options both ways. And then it's just a matter of saving up for 2 roads. And then he can sneak past, right?
Yeah.
I'm looking at it and I'm thinking that who's got the incentive to block him?
Yeah. That's a tough one because it's almost as if the players are sort of, well, this is my patch, that's your patch. We will cross paths when we need to trade, but it might not be much more than that.
Yeah, I think, watch for this, I think we're going to see a road from Alex between the 9 and 11 tiles. And then I think we're going to see him sit for a while until he's got 2 roads. If I'm him, I'm definitely thinking about longest road.
Right.
And we know with all the calls that I've gotten right so far that I'm definitely
you
definitely
do. Mathematically speaking,
right
you're due to nail.
You got to get one right sooner or later.
Gotta love the body language on Trent as he just leans over to his hand. Just give me a card. I'm just
Yeah.
whatever. See, that's the downside for Alex here, right? Because our red player, because he's the collateral damage while they're picking on that tile, and it was on that tile for a long time, but he's not getting anything from that as well.
The saving grace in that situation, though, is that you know that blue then has a really strong incentive to shift it off there.
Totally.
Whether it's by getting lucky, rolling a 7 or playing a knight.
Oh, there you go. So Trent had a second knight. So he's one step closer to the largest army. Doesn't look like anyone's really there. I believe Alex has a couple dev cards. I think I've seen him play buy 1 or 2. But again, it's like you said before, he's got to get him into play. Do you start to run out of turns to chase down an army? Damien sitting on a mitt full of cards.
Your boy Damien.
That's my pick. I'm picking white to take this
Yep.
home. And again, we all know how ill-advised it is to listen to my advice when picking winners in this game.
It's so much can swing, can't it?
Okay, solid move.
City down. Yeah, that'll be good. That'll be good for him. So that's really gonna up his ability to put down roads. What does he do with that?
Yeah. Well, again, no one's claimed it yet, have they? Longest road's still up for grabs.
Yeah.
Could that be an end game move?
Mm.
Does he sit on what he needs to just suddenly snap down a couple roads and grab 2 points? Especially because no one's got it. If you see the score that he's got, he's sitting on 7. He has a development card there as well. If he snaps, if that's a VP card, he snaps out 2 roads right now. We got a new state champion.
Yeah. I'm telling you, man, it's that 10, 11, 3, all that sheep. That's what's doing it for him.
You heard it here first, folks. 10, 11, 3 for the win. Maybe in your Saturday night game, play that one. Maybe not on tournament night. That might not be the best one. Looks like Alex has got a few cards as well. Wonder what he's up to here. Is he get a little sneaky peek there through the camera? Another trade.
Trades away a brick for a wheat.
He's got half a city or 2/3 a city in his hand right there. Oh no, that's a dev card.
So that suggests to me then that he is ignoring my advice and not trying to link up.
As if he couldn't
roads.
even hear you. It's a see, he has quite a few dev cards there. Maybe when the camera pans out later on, we'll get a closer look at that. But it looks like he's got 3 or 4. And yet none of them have played. You got to be worried about someone holding on Monopoly when they've got that.
Totally. Even just 3 unplayed cards in general, right?
Yeah, and then
you're starting to think that, oh, there we go, yeah. Was that 4 unplayed?
It's 4. He's got 4
unplayed
unplayed development cards. So
if you've got, definitely at this stage of the game, if you've got 2 knights in there, you're really trying to put them out, which suggests to me there's at least 2 non-knight cards in there.
Yeah.
I mean, probability, most likely VPs, but maybe he does have Monopoly.
it's interesting. It's gotten close again. It feels almost bottled up. Look at all the roads that Melanie has. There's a lot of wood and brick in that hand. But it feels like it's all sort of players are sitting on a lot of resources, looking to make a big move. Feels like in the next round or 2, turn or 2, we could see another one of those big double city
road
dropping thing happening.
Maybe a big trade will do it for two of these players.
It's interesting. Melanie doesn't have any dev cards yet, but I think she's played a knight. Yeah, she's played one knight, whereas the other players all have something.
Now, given that Alex is not looking to go for that road through to connect up, what do you think he's thinking? Cities first.
Yeah, I think that 10-5-8 has to be a priority for him. Has to be a priority for him. He's just got to get that upgraded with the numbers that are most likely going to help him. You know, he could try 9-4-11, but if I'm sitting in that spot, I'm always upgrading ore if I can.
Yeah. No, you're absolutely right. You know, he's got that prime spot, and that was the first placement of the game, right?
You're right. Yep.
Which really underlines how critical and rare the brick and ore are in this game.
Well, I think we've just found the commander of the largest army. Yeah, it looks like Trent's played another knight. Yep. Oh, by putting it on the 6, you can get all 3 of them.
Hit
yeah,
everyone.
Think about it. You can get all 3, mate. Do it. All right, so he's going with that. Must be looking to pick through Damien's hand, yeah.
To be fair, the brick, blocking the brick is much more of a blow than blocking the wood at this point.
So there we go. We got our largest army out. Looks fairly unassailable because Alex is going to have to start playing knights regular. He's going to have to play all those dev cards to get it out. Oh, and look at this. Look at this.
So
turn.
much road. There we go.
Does he have a settlement too? Wouldn't that cap off an amazing turn?
Wow.
Wowee. All right.
Taking longest
Action stations.
road.
Look at this.
And largest army in the same turn. What
But
a
not
play.
winning. It's a huge turn. It's a gigantic turn. Not enough to put him over the edge. I don't think he's got any dev cards left.
Wow.
And he's still wheeling and dealing.
Two VP away. Mate, I'd almost written him off, and now look at this.
And he's still sitting on 1 dev card, so if that's a point, he just needs to drop a settlement up there on the coast, and this is the end of the tournament and a winner. Let's see if what my pick can do. Let's see what White can do here. Let's see what Damien can pull off on his turn. If he can get a city going. Doesn't look like he's going to be able to chase down that longest road at this point. Trent's sitting on 7. Again, we get a sneaky peek at Red's cards there. Alex sitting on an entire forest worth of trees there. There's a lot of lumber. Building around the desert. And a settlement. Is he building a settlement on the desert? He's building a settlement on the desert.
That is purely 4 cards for 1 VP. To be fair, where else are you going to go?
He's getting the point. He's got the point on the board.
Yeah, yeah.
He's got the point on the board. And maybe potentially, because it took him on some roads to get there, if he slaps we're back to that same equation. If he gets 2 more roads, he takes that longest road off of Trent, off of the orange player, and that's a 2-point swing for victory. So wouldn't that be something to see someone build a settlement on the desert to win to win the tournament?
At this stage, though, with so few turns left in the game, potentially, it's the victory point that counts.
Yeah. Well, it looks like Red's going to get some of those knights in play. That is the downside to making such a huge move in grabbing the longest road and the largest army in 1 turn, but not winning.
Yeah.
Or being extremely close to it, putting yourself on 9 to win the next turn kind of thing, because now everyone goes, well, I got to go after you and take that away from you, and then potentially that becomes a 4-point swing, to your deficit.
Yeah. It's hard to win it back.
It is.
Hard enough to win it the first time, but to then... Oof.
A road building war is one thing, but an army building war is an entirely other proposition. Because that's a lot of time and a lot of expenditure to put knights in play. Alex sitting on 2 knights. Of course, he has to overtake him to claim it, but we'll see what he does.
Confident in your choice?
I don't know what's going to happen, mate. I don't know what's going to happen at this point.
He's doing really well. Damien is... he's got the VP down. All he needs is 2 roads.
Yeah. You got to think that's a VP he's sitting on right now. If that is, and he can upgrade one of his settlements to a city, that's game as well.
A lot of options, eh?
What about you? What's Melanie got to do here? Because
she's got a lot of work to do.
Yeah.
Yeah. She can't take... You wouldn't think she can take largest army at this point.
No.
Really struggling to get longest road. Have we seen what development cards she has down?
I think she's only got that 1 knight in play.
Tough for her from here.
Yeah. She got picked on for a long time. Up
Yeah.
at the top of the island there, and as a result, the other players were able to catch up and game.
You get out early in this game, and players will drag you back.
I love there's a bit of discussion going on here. All the players are having a say about trade or don't trade, and who's closest to who. Boy, I feel for Red here. Like it feels like he's just 1 turn behind the ability to get those cards out. He needs like 1 extra turn to start playing cards.
And it's so big to be able to take largest army or longest road in the first place, because you get that you get to 3 first. Suddenly your opponent needs to hit 4, 1 more than they would have otherwise. So Alex at this point, to get largest army, needs 1 more knight than he would have otherwise. So like you said, 1 turn behind.
Okay, Melanie going road building here. She might be able to drop another settlement up there. And everyone's got to get a little bit more nervous yet again if that happens.
At this point, again, the one saving grace for Melanie is that with no unplayed development cards, the other players are not going to target her. They know that she's a full 3 victory points away.
Yeah. And that lends a lot to her being able to trade. She's made a few trades in the last couple of rounds, even on other players' turns. People are more likely to trade with you if they don't view you as an immediate threat. So that is actually playing out in her favor. She might be able to make something happen up the top end there. A tiny little sneaky look. It looks like she's just 1 ore away, if I'm seeing those cards correct. But she can't trade the wheat because she needs it for the city. Decides to pass. What's Trent gonna do here? He's got to be thinking about a settlement up on that 8. He's built all his roads to get there.
Yeah, the big question is that a victory point card in front of him. If it is, just needs that 1 victory point any way he can. If that's a city, so be it. If that's a settlement, so be it. He's got those options. Build a road to help maintain longest road.
Yeah, keep his nose out in front there.
Yeah.
You'd have to think that anybody else who's even contemplating longest road would have to give up now, right? For example, Damien, he can't challenge him now.
So he's on 9 for longest road. And who's going to threaten that?
Yeah, the best that Damien could hope to do, for example, would be go to 8. Actually, no, he could go 10 if he doubles on both sides of the desert as well. But that's a lot of brick and brick and wood.
It's quite far back at that point.
He's played his dev card. It wasn't a victory point. It was a knight. So there goes the knight down there.
And I think, again, at this point of the game, if you have an unplayed knight, you want to play it not only to make sure that you get it out there and you get the benefit of it, but also just to demonstrate to the other players that you are less of a threat than they might have thought so otherwise. Just showing that it's not a victory point card. I'm 1 point further away than you thought, so you don't need to target me.
Yep, totally agree. Totally agree. Even if it doesn't get you anywhere. And you know the other thing too, that in doing that, it's going to get you a resource.
Yeah.
You're going to get something for it. It's interesting watching the body language of the different players as they go. Some seem relaxed, some seem extremely stressed. We are right there. We're right on the end, the pointy end of this right now, aren't we?
There can't be too long to go now. We can see now Alex has got a 3rd knight out. So 1 more and he can take the largest army from Trent.
And you got to believe that Melanie and Damien are begging for that, because that'll prolong the game.
Exactly.
It keeps everybody in it.
Exactly. Still got that unplayed development card in front of him, Trent does. And that's going to be making everyone so nervous.
Try and get a sneak peek at what Red's doing here. He's got cards. And he's got himself his wood port too, so let's see if he starts making some trades. It feels like he's almost setting himself up for that one last move. If he can make a few good trades, do an upgrade or two, snag the largest army, if he can make that all happen in one move, To me, that's the way you kind of have to play. You don't want to.
You don't want to spend too many turns with other players painting a target on your back. You're right.
And the longer it takes you to get this thing moving, like those cards that he's got there, you're just telegraphing to everybody, come get me.
4 unplayed development cards. That's pretty exceptional at this stage of the game.
With 3 knights already played.
Now, have we seen him have a turn recently where he did not play a development card?
I think he's been playing those knights probably in the last 20 minutes or so. That's where those have sort of come up.
Yeah. So if he has it, that's just so telling. If he has a turn, he doesn't play a development card, you know there's no knights left there. And also probably, you know there's heavy victory points in there.
How many do you think he has? Do you think he's got 2? Could he have that many?
I reckon, I think it's his turn next. I reckon we'll see him play something. I suspect it'll be a knight to take largest army. But yeah, based on just distribution of cards, I'd be guessing he's got 2 VP in there.
Yeah, I think minimum he'd have to have 1 in there, right? So what Damien's doing right now, he's just trying to figure out where he can backlog another player. He's dropped the 2 roads at the other end of the desert there. He's actively going after Trent.
9 roads now, so on par with Trent. Trent's
he's got to be frustrated by that.
Really under attack for longest road, for largest army.
Look, he's got to be intensely frustrated. Damien, we feel for you, mate. It looks like he knew if he could just do 1 more road, he could have ended it right there. Like you said before, let's just see what Alex does with all those cards and all those resources.
You got to think for Trent, if he doesn't do it this next turn, he's not going to do it.
Yeah.
Someone's going to either, Damien's going to win, take longest road from him, or Alex.
Yeah, I think you're right. It'll just depend. I can't really see. He might be holding them in his hand, but we can't make out how many resources he has. See, right now Trent has nothing. Unless he's got them in his pocket. I believe the players have to keep them on the table, but...
Yeah, the number of cards you have, Republic.
Yeah.
Alex has got just a fistful of cards right now. You've got to think he's got to be able to do something with that. So what does he do? He's out of the running for longest road. That doesn't matter anymore.
It's got to be city building. It's got to be city building. If he's sitting on at least 1 victory point, and he's been eliminated from the road, he's bought another card. Oh my. Yeah, look at all that wood, and he has that wood port, right? So he just starts dropping those into the bank. Or as in his case, wheat.
Yeah. So tense at this stage.
It is. It absolutely
Anyone's game at this point, and it could just be a single turn away.
There's a lot of wood that just went into there. What is he doing? Is it? Oh, he's road building.
Roads. That's an interesting choice.
So he stymied white in doing that, effectively preventing white from taking the longest road.
Yeah. So he must be banking on the fact that Trent's further. Well, I mean, that makes sense, right? Like, Trent is a full 2 VP away. He's got largest army, longest road. It's hard to get those final 2 VP. We know he's got no development cards in front of him. So that play by Alex has potentially got everyone except for Damien thanking him.
Well, Damien, now the only way that Damien can win is to buy dev cards or upgrade to cities. That's it. So he had his chance on his turn. If he'd built that extra road, we wouldn't be sitting here talking about it anymore. We'd be crowning a new champion. Alex has said, "Sorry, but you don't get to win unless you do it the hard way by upgrading." It is interesting timing because Orange Trent is still, he has no resources. So what can happen on his turn with one roll of the dice that could allow him to win right now? What could he possibly hope to get? What would drop that would just
I think he
win
needs
the
a
game?
minimum of 2.
Right?
I don't see how he could do it in 1.
So that leaves a window open for Melanie.
Yeah.
And that's bad for Trent as well, for it to prolong the game that way, because we know Alex has got to have another knight in that stack of cards, right? So that the largest army is not going to stay.
So now, did we see Alex play? Did he play a development card on that last turn? So we know he's got 5 unplayed.
Yeah.
Right? That's a huge number of unplayed. Did he play one on that last turn? Because if he didn't, that's a clear indication that there are no knights in there, which is astounding.
Boy, that's a lot of development cards.
Well, there's one thing we can say for sure. He doesn't have 5 VP.
No, we know that. We just don't know exactly what that number is. Again, it's another one of those funny things, not funny things, one of the great parts about this game, Catan, especially when it came out for there to be a hidden victory.
Yeah, yeah. So different from board games, from the older style board games where everything's on the table, everyone knows how how everyone is situated. And so Trent, he does have that one hidden card there.
Yep, you can see
so
that one there.
When I said before, he can't do it in 1 turn, he can do it in 1 turn. He can.
If he's sitting on a VP, yeah.
Yeah.
Sometimes when you play in a big game, whether it's sport or whether it's a tournament or even just an exciting, very tense, tight game, the ones you remember the most are the ones that you don't win.
Yeah.
And I not that we want anything bad to happen to our player, White Damien, but I just feel like because he couldn't get that road off the ground in that one, he might be sitting around thinking about this one for a while. We'll see what he can do.
And Melanie having a huge turn there.
Boy.
She's on 9 VP now, all on the board.
Yep.
Tough for Damien from here.
Yeah. I mean, we'll see how many resources he gets and how many he has.
I think, now, did Damien have unplayed development cards? I don't think so.
It looked like he might have just played that one night a little bit earlier on.
Yeah. So he could be a full 2 VP away. Meaning it's got to be 2 cities. That's or development cards and try your luck.
Boy, isn't that interesting? Melanie's sitting there on a pure 9. just by buildings, settlement cities.
Yeah,
no
which
long
means
roads.
she's raking in resources. So very good chances for her when it comes back to her. Development card for Damien.
Passes the dice. All right, let's see. There's a surely there was a robber that got played there. There's the largest army. Boom. There's a swing.
And the 3VP.
Oh,
he's done it.
Oh, and there you have it.
What a victory.
Wow.
The power of development cards, eh?
Yep, the power development cards.
So many unplayed. 3VP sitting there.
And the huge swing.
Playing that last night to take largest army, 5 VP in one turn. Amazing.
Yep, that huge swing, taking you from knocking 2 points out of Trent's pocket and putting them directly into his own.
What a game.
Wow.
What a game. Look at those final scores. So incredibly close.
Yep.
Anyone's game at any point.
Yep.
It's so tough to think that, any one of these four were worthy winners of this game. Every one of them played an amazing game.
Yep. I couldn't agree with you more. What an awesome game. What a treat to be able to watch all of these players do that thing and look at the final score reflective of the game that we had, the high quality game that we had.
Yeah.
What an absolute joy to be able to watch these players go. Alex sitting there in a bit of disbelief, it looks like. He'll be talking about this one for a while.
Yeah,
thinking about this one.
The other players too, right? Like they'll have been seeing, 5 unplayed development cards. That's intimidating, right?
Oh, yeah.
To see that sitting there and to not know what's going on. But at the same time, we saw in those final few rounds, everyone is distracted by what everyone else is doing, and everyone is playing Kingmaker to stop.
Yep.
We saw that play to prevent Damien from taking longest road to win.
Yep.
And that was a critical play.
Absolutely. And I love the fact that even though that game had ebbs and flows, at any given time, any one of those players had a legit shot to win the game, which is great because oftentimes you can play a game of Catan or even any board game for that matter, and someone's way out in front and it's almost a foregone conclusion, but not tonight. So we take a look at our final results. You see up on the screen, there's your winner. Alex is the winner. He's going to take home the Victorian 2022 State Championship and go on to represent Victoria in Canberra. And there's our worthy finalists from second.
Melanie in second. Trent, who we saw in that second game as well, played a really strong tournament. Damien, 4th place here, but so close to taking out first.
Yep. Yeah, one road away, really.
Yeah.
One road from victory. Yep. And then we have our other players as well who've been around. But I think, honestly, without sounding cliche, everyone got to be, I feel like a winner today. Everyone's feeling like a winner today. I was talking to some people in between some of the games, and they're just loving being here as well. That in itself is an awesome achievement, just to be here, play games with other people. I know other people are keen to play other types of board games like this.
Yeah.
But how awesome has it been today, Luke, to be down here and be able to see this?
Totally. And for a lot of these players as well, they'll be used to sitting at home and playing with players who are, let's be honest, not in the same ballpark as them, and to come together and play with other players who are just at the top of the game, right?
Absolutely.
And to have these, to have their skills really tested. Just amazing play today. We got to, I feel privileged, right? You and I got to see
what a treat
these 3 amazing games.
And besides, obviously, the winner, the winning prizes, first, second, and third, have picked up some prizes, like we said before. First is going to represent Victoria, go on, but there's also some other stuff that comes along with it.
Totally,
the prizes that they're going to be getting.
So second place, they're picking up some board games. They've got the Rivals for Catan. They've got the Catan Logic Puzzle
Yep.
They've got the couple accessories. They've got the Catan dice tower and the Catan trading post, which is a cool little thing. It's like a little trays to store your Catan cards in.
Awesome.
What's third place got?
Third place has one of my favorite all-time variations of this game, which is the Cities and Knights expansion. If you've only ever played Catan, you've never played Cities and Knights, third place is going to take home that expansion pack. Do yourself a favor. Next time you play Catan, play the Cities and Knights expansion, because this one, that's the prize, not only to get that expansion pack, but the 5 and 6 player expansion, as well as the Catanimals plushie as well. So nice to be able to bring home something physical after playing a big day of Catan. Man, it's been awesome to be here. Want to say a huge congratulations, of course, to Alex, our winner.
Totally
and thanks
amazing
for everybody.
game, and thanks to the Fortress team for putting this on. Right.
Yep.
It's just such a, it feels like board gaming in Australia is kind of finally getting that attention and that recognition it deserves. And so, I think we've all been, it's been a treat today.
Awesome. Great to be here. Thanks for tuning in, everybody. My name is Blaine. This is Luke. It's been our privilege to be with you. And we'll see you next time at Fortress Melbourne.
Thanks, everyone. See you next time.